Welcome, everyone. Brad Nessler here for EA Sports with my co-host Kirk Herbstreit and the coach, Lee Corso. We've got freezing temperatures out here for today's game between the Temple Owls and the Scarlet Knights of Rutgers. These two Big East rivals are playing today not only for conference standings, but for bragging rights as well. Here come the Scarlet Knights. The Scarlet Knights come out like they're just going to roll over this team. What do you think about that, Herbie?
Rutgers is led by their running back. Now, I had a chance to talk to him about this game, and believe me, he is ready to run all over this defense. Coach, I expect him to have a big game in the ground. Nice pick.
Rutgers. That's right. Rutgers.
Temple lines up to kick this.
Hello, everyone. This is your host, Paul Gaither. Welcome to the show. It's great to have you here.
Hello, everybody. We're streaming. And the real goal here, the real function, the real purpose of this is to get some draft classes going and start simulating some Madden 06. Let's go Dynasty mode. Going back to school tonight, folks. Get your classes on. New. I don't even know who it should be. I don't even know who we should be. It's not like it matters. Be whoever we want to be. Be Stanford. Get your education. We don't need no education. Difference maker. Liner looks to shred defenses in 2005. I bet he does. Play week. Bye week, bye week, bye week, bye week. Simulate the season. So.
Don't let anyone know. But I made my coffee. I can't take it anymore.
Let's go. My goodness. Great to have you here, Asuka. Great to have anyone and everyone when they show in, when they pile in. Just pick a team with a goofy name or logo. That's what I did. I took the Stanford Trees. Their mascot is a tree. How the fuck are we not? Okay, I thought it was stop simulating for a minute. You ever play the mascot game with the Stanford Cardinal? Doesn't even have fucking arms. He's like throwing football and blocking and stiff arming air. The real disappointment is when they made the mascot game, they didn't make a mode where like every player was a different mascot. You got 117 teams. And I'm sure not all of them maybe necessarily have a mascot, but my goodness. You couldn't have made a team. You couldn't have made two teams. 11 on 11. Right? 22 mascots as starters. Some backups. You didn't have 44, whatever. You didn't have how many mascots that you need. to build the game mode where you can be like East versus West or whatever. You couldn't have made a game mode where you have the different mascots all over the place. That would have been fun. The Christmas tree should have been the kicker. Not even the punter, because the punter's got to catch it and then drop kick it. You could have made the kicker the fucking tree. Opening kickoff. And then Asuka says, why is your mascot a tree? If you didn't know, the Stanford Cardinals is a tree. Look it up. They're called the Cardinal, but their mascot is a tree to make it make sense. Exactly. I think it was Mitch Hedberg, rest in peace. He didn't say specifically Stanford, but this is still his joke. I'm still giving him credit from beyond the grave. I don't know what college he mentioned. I think maybe it was Harvard or something. I don't know. He's like, I went to Stanford once. Or I went to Stanford. It was a Tuesday. Right? Like, fuck. I've been there. Like, they had like the college tours or whatever. Still don't get it. I'm sure there's a reason. But yeah. Who the Leprechaun, what position would he play? Like a little corner on the outside? He wouldn't be the fullback, right? A little too short for the quarterback. I think then if they made if they used all the different teams, people would argue who should the quarterback be, right? Why'd you make it the Mountaineer? We should be the quarterback. We've got the most legendary quarterbacks from whatever. Nobody cares, buddy. It's just a mascot game. Hola, Retro Rewind Sports. Bienvenido. I see that you... Retro Rewind Sports here, ladies and gentlemen. Posted a video recently recording the... Canton Greats versus the All-25 team. CPU versus CPU. Sim. Definitely all-time classic matchups. One of the things that I like to do is go in and take the Canton Greats and play them against my 49ers when I'm doing slider testing. Not saying that my Niners are especially fitted to stop the Canton Greats, but it's one of those things where you've got Colin Kaepernick, and if you can run that zone read offense against the Canton Greats, what they can do, you got Frank Gore out there, you've got a lot of run blockers, you've got some heavy hitting front seven. The game does not give the Legion of Boom the best of their credit that they possibly deserve. The Legion of Boom is more than just their secondary, but we got to acknowledge that the secondary is the greatest part of the Legion of Boom. Linebackers, Wagner and friends are all fantastic, incredibly talented group of individuals out there, but it's really a secondary that puts it all together, and you just can't replicate it in Madden 14. That's the unfortunate aspect of it. The coverage is way too basic, but it's not too basic for the 49ers and the Vic Fangio. Just cover 5, man. Just cover 5 all day. Right? How's work going, Retro Rewind? I know that you said a few times you've been busy with work. We're supposed to press start to continue, aren't we? No game, simulate through the week. What's up, Denny? Let's go. He got the beer, but I made the cup of coffee. I got my Starbucks tumbler and made homemade Juan Valdez. The Insight Bowl, well said. How insightful. Lawrence Maroney, Boney Maroney, wins the Heisman apparently instead of Matt Leinart. Okay. Simulate all these bowls. Retro talking about work is good. Great. But you got yourself a good little break right now. So do I. It's really nice to be live like this and chilling. Going on a trip to Anaheim. Let's go. Across from the country, north and south instead of east and west, huh? Advance to the offseason. Yes, we're going to advance to the offseason. Offseason schedule. Players leaving. The whole reason we're doing this. Players leaving. Preparing a recruiting budget. Press the start button. Export and save a draft class. Saving the draft class to your hard disk. That's what we're doing, folks. And again, very nice. And hell yeah in the comments. Exactly. Asuka, I did not skip over your comment intentionally. Got distracted. Asuka a little while back said, Alabama, a little weird too. Because they're called the Crimson Tide, but their mascot is an elephant. Yes. You know, little tiny side story there. We've got these like flea markets here in Lima as well as anywhere else has flea markets. And just happened to randomly come across, I would say December-ish or maybe before that, there was a big old stuffed Alabama elephant. I didn't buy it, but I'm like, what the fuck is an Alabama Crimson Tide elephant doing here in Lima, Peru in a flea market? They've also had like a Penn State bobblehead. Just random things, you know? And last year, 2 years ago seems better, at a different flea market toy fair, my wife and I happened to come across an opened Joe Montana Funko Pop. Thing was, prior to that, she actually imported, like brand new, sealed condition, very good condition I have, Joe Montana Funko Pop in the box and all that. And we were at the random flea market and there was one open, just loose. And it was like, she's like, I just bought this for you, like for your birthday or whatever, or a year ago or whatever. Like, yeah, but we're buying this one because this one's going on my desk at work. The nice one can stay in the box here at home, nice taken care of, beautiful, but the other one is going to work with me. So I keep a Joe Montana Funko Pop on my desk. Just little side stories of flea markets and random things of American football that you might find. We're simulating here, folks. It's pretty obvious. If you have eyes and you can see the screen, the goal is to create some imported draft classes in the hopes that maybe the imported draft classes will improve the quality of the rookie draft classes in Madden 06. Because when we last left off in the morning on Paul Gaither's channel, we were streaming Madden NFL 05. We got 7 years in, and the astute observation of one Asuka from Evangelion was that the NFL shared revenue was increasing at not an alarming rate, but a concerning rate. And it was also observed by the community as a whole that the rosters were not like the funds being spent, the salary cap being spent by teams were not really exceeding anything. No one was up against the cap year after year. By the time we got to year number 7, the Detroit Lions had $50 million in salaries and $100 million in cap space. And their players sucked. Like their highest rated player was like an 86 and then like an 82 or whatever. So it's like, who are we going to spend money on? Right? So there's a reason for it. But we also saw it was like, it's the constant theme of this PS2 era. I know it's the original Xbox, but this PS2 era rosters is like, they suck. They don't demand a salary. They know they suck. They know they're not worth any money. It's something that we hear fans and people cry about, like, oh, this guy's going to reset the market and he doesn't deserve this much money. And it's like, bro, there's a pie and they want a slice of that pie. And if X and Y or Z is the best quarterback in the league or the defensive end in the league or whatever, they want to be paid like the best guy in the league. And when the profit sharing goes up and the revenue goes up and everything goes up, there's a bigger pie to give around. And they want a bigger piece of the pie. And that doesn't mean that they're better than Lawrence Taylor. But you even see, there's a clip of Bill Parcells and Bill Belichick talking about one of the Giants players. I think it was like the Football Life Bill Parcells. He's talking about it. They're like, some guy wanted, $250,000 or something, $250,000 a year in like the 1980s. And Bill Parcells is like, there's only one guy that's worth $250,000 a year. And he's like, and you're not him. Right. But that's inflation over time in the market and everything. Right. Just because people make more money than he did doesn't mean they're better. Right. But the market keeps going up and the game doesn't go with it. So one of my ideas is, since we can simulate this, boy, it takes a long time, doesn't it? So why don't we make several draft classes deep and then start importing them and see what the league looks like. And at this rate, we're going to be here all night just trying to get draft classes because the sim takes forever. They've got 117 teams to go through and a lot of players to create and all that. I get it. Can we actually lose our team or anything? Because we're Stanford, does it even matter what we do, how it simulates through? I hope we don't lose our team, or I hope whatever happens we can still simulate regardless of the results. In the comments, Retro Rewind Sports says, running another CPU versus CPU game right now. And the Saints offense is unstoppable in Madden 14, it seems. Well, the Saints offense seemed pretty unstoppable until you got to the postseason in general. Retro Rewind then followed up, say, did you see the 90-yard touchdown on the All-25 Canton Grace game? I was out with my wife. We were in the taxi. It takes about an hour one way and an hour back the other way. We had an appointment for 2 different cats. The good news is the cats are fine. I mean, like, technically fine. I say technically fine. One of them got their shots. So she's going to have, like, a little bit of a fever or whatever, and we're babying her. She got her shots, so that's really good. And she's laying in bed and chilling. It's really cold here, and we have little cat clothes. You know, when I lived in the United States, I didn't really believe in, like, oh, you dress your cats up. Like, we don't dress them up in, like, cutie little Halloween outfits, but we do have, like, warm clothes for them. And never had that growing up, and kind of lived in a family that was like that, like, oh, I'm not going to put clothes on the cat. Kind of family. But living here, it's like, yeah, no, we picked out cute little clothes and warm clothes, and they keeps their ears warm and all that when we take care of our fuzzy little furry friends. But with that, I was watching what I could, a combination of in the car and in the waiting area. Only my wife could be in with the doctor. He's only one person at a time, supporting them best we can. So I was watching on 2x speed and just enjoying it in general, but I don't remember a specific play. Retro. And then, yeah, the other cat, I mean, we've already known for quite some time, has, like, a version of cat AIDS. Whatever it is. Can't, like, the cat shouldn't be stressed. What do cats have to stress about? Just things that you can do that you can avoid stress for the cat. But because they're all neutered and they're all taken care of, they can live together. And it's really nice. And we love that orange little fluff ball. So that was going on with me, and then I got home and made a sandwich and had some chips, and the wife and I just laid down under the blankets and chilled, and next thing you know, it was like 7 p.m. and I was like, oh, fuck, it's time to wake up after a nap, after exhaustion. Obviously, my pills are taking effect. You can hear I'm not coughing like a monster. Just a little bit of coughing. But getting better, and the drowsiness of the pills and everything. And then, after all of that little sidetrack, because we're still simulating, folks. We're still simulating. Fuck my life. Filling dead air. 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 Is Asuka goes, didn't know you were an Evangelion fan. Well, I know of their existence. I've seen episodes. Have not watched the full series. My buddy was a hardcore anime fan in general, and I really enjoyed, obviously Ghost in the Shell, the film, the TV adaptation, standalone complex. Here in Peru, I ended up buying the different graphic novel versions, whatever, of standalone complex of Ghost in the Shell stuff. God, there's one that I really, really enjoyed that I can't remember the name of right this very second. When it comes to my mind, I'll just randomly say it out like I do with my personality. But not a hater in any stretch of the imagination. Just hard to get into. But I respect the hell out of it. And no, I recognized it immediately when you had that. You know. Yeah, Evangelion is super famous for a reason. It's quite good. Retro Rewind Sports. Similar thing happens in Madden 21 by year 10 when most real guys are retired. The highest overalls in 91, and there's a quick drop off from there. Yeah. It's like they're too afraid to have good players. All the jokes we'd have on our channel of like they're predicting the future and the mediocrity of the league. Why couldn't it just be players are getting better? Sports science, medicine, techniques, all that. Why can't it be they're getting better? Well, we don't want, this is just us as a community like crying, we don't want these generated players to outshine the superstar real players. We don't want Vince Young to feel bad that some generated rookie came in and stole the starting job from him like he took from Steve McNair. I don't know what the fuck. Like, they're too cowardice to, like, have good players. Like, hey, this league is overpowered, and it's full of a bunch of 99s, and it sucks, because it doesn't matter who you draft, you're going to get an all-star, superstar player. Just find a balance. If anything, maybe they're exposing Donnie Moore and whoever else is in charge, if it's not just Donnie Moore, that the ratings maybe are inflated across the league itself. Right? By comparison. Where do we just go simulate through the week, I guess, because of the conference championships or whatever? Off no game. 3-8. We're so good. We're such a great football team. Look at us. Comments section. At least later consoles have progression sliders. No way to force slider development until they put those in. Yes, Denny, and I never played on those consoles. So you telling me that. That's not the first time you mentioned it today. But it's a TIL. Today I learned. Vincent Young, Heisman Memorial Trophy winner. That's going to be good. Like it. Simulate all the balls. All the balls. I'm going to simulate all the balls right now. A Retro says, true, I also noticed that Madden 24 and 25 had gotten better. It says, well, when you get the chance to skim to the end, the greats made an insane comeback. I will definitely be looking into that. Good to hear the Cats are doing well. Yeah, exactly. Thank you so much. And it says, there you go. All we did was simulate in the previous team prestige. We are worse because we just did our job. Find a new job. If we find a new job, do we just like go on? Like what's the deal here? We're going to take the Duke job. Nothing quite like the Duke coach being called the Stanford Cardinal coach in charge of Duke. Because they don't have names, they're just naming it for their school. Denny says, I guess I can understand why they didn't have all those sliders back then, but I'm surprised that there was never any control over the cap. They could have been a single slider solution. Yeah. The thing is, talking to my other buddies, like you and I as sports fans, maybe, like we grew up with this concept of sliders. And another buddy that I got into sports games and sports in general, he loves Dungeons and Dragons and other things, and I love Dungeons and Dragons and all that stuff too. He's like, the idea of sliders in a video game is so foreign to many people. Like Super Mario doesn't have sliders, right? Final Fantasy doesn't have sliders. Like, there's no such thing as sliders in Halo. Like, you can change the difficulty, but that's it. There's no such thing as sliders. It's such a, the fuck is a slider? When you talk to anyone outside of sports games. So the fact that they gave us any at all is interesting. That they could have given us more. It's EA. They're not going to give you more of anything. You're going to like what they give you. And you're going to say, thank you, sir. Can I have another? Here's my $60 for next year. All shit talking aside, EA has done those things like you said. They actually did give that to us. Right? It's time to start a new season. I'll see you in 10 minutes, I guess, right? As we go through this. Back to the comment section. You were a Cardinal and now you're a Blue Devil. Exactly. Not a Red Devil or a Green Devil or a Blue Devil. First I was a Christmas tree and now I'm a Blue Devil. What game was I playing? Folks, describe the game in the most confusing way possible. What game are you playing? I began as a cardinal tree. I began as a fucking tree. And after 2 years, I was a Blue Devil. What game were you playing? Damn it. Oh, week 2 of recruiting. I didn't notice. It's going by so fast. I can't imagine why I haven't done this sooner. What was keeping me away from doing this? Ah, the ravings of a madman. That's why I call myself at times. Oh, week 3 of recruiting. Hot damn. We might be able to finish this sim before my winter vacation is over. But there's value in doing this. I'll always have the recruiting class, regardless of if we play NCAA or not. You'll just have the generic version. The official, unofficial draft class lists. We can save it and run it for however many years. Thank God the transfer portal wasn't a thing back in that game. It would take hours, says Asuka. Denny laughing emoji. Absolutely true. Absolutely true. It's all about perspective, right? I mean, we could spend hours watching the computer, embarrass itself going back and forth up and down the football field, or we can watch menus, but we're still spending hours together as a wonderful community, having a good laugh, having a good time, a bunch of chuckleheads, having a drink in one way or another. I've got my coffee. I don't know if you guys got a drink, but you get the point. I'm just happy to be spending that time together with you guys. Really am. We all have an overarching goal, and the patience, the fortitude to get us there. Year number 2. Can you believe it? It's just going by so fast. We're going to be playing Madden in no time, folks. No, this is year number 3. We had 2 failure years with Stanford, and now we've got this year with Duke. You know what would be fun? Is to do a Stanford run where we take the Stanford ideas to heart. You have to go after GPA. You do not take students with lower GPA. Even if that means a lower quality athlete. Because that was the big rumor, not rumor, but the big deal with Jim Harbaugh becoming the coach at Stanford is that he didn't follow that. And then after he left, then they went back to that. It was hey, maybe we get the best athletes that maybe don't have the best GPA. And they're no, we have a prestige at our school. Stanford doesn't lie about trying to be student athletes, but they definitely have the whole thing where they're they allegedly claim we need our student athletes to have a certain GPA, certain academic standards before we even consider them. We're not just going to take whoever and give them a class in advanced basket weaving. Right? Now, is that a bunch of bullshit that they just tell the public? Maybe, to some degree, to more or less of a degree. But it's also why they, generally are not a football powerhouse. Right? They have the prestige to be a powerhouse, but they also hold up the academic prestige aspect. So that's a thing. I see comments. I'm going to read them in just a moment. Let's get ourselves started. Let's go simulate through week 16. All right, controller away. 10 more minutes to go. Jesus, 30 minutes. It's not that far off from reality, is it? We're going to season number 4. We've done 3 seasons worth, and we're at 30 minutes, folks. It says, if it gives us a better quality of a product, it's worth it. Absolutely, Denny. That's why we're doing it. All my jokes and sarcasm aside, full of new energy, piss, and vinegar. Asuka says, for real, though, I absolutely hate the transfer portal system and how students have unlimited transfers without any reason needed to use it and no having to sit out a year. There's got to be a better balance, Asuka. There's got to be a better answer out there because I think the transfer portal is an important thing for student athletes to exist, but I think I also agree with you as it stands is too lenient, and I think in the past it was too backbreakingly punishing for how violent and rapid and fast changing the sport is. Like, you can't, like, yes, you can, but like, you can't sit out a year of football. Like, you can't. There's the Trey Lance situation in the COVID year and what affected many players sitting out a year. We saw like Cam Newton was just such a threat that in spite of the transfer portal and everything, he still made himself the number 1 overall pick and consensus Heisman Trophy winner and all of that. But not everyone is Cam Newton, okay? Sometimes you've got, like, you know, the backup middle linebacker, right? And there's a whole weird world about it where it's like, I want to play football while I'm in college, right? And it's like, okay, Alabama or whoever recruited me, not me, but like so-and-so recruited me, like I want to play college football. I don't want to just go to practice for 4 years and then graduate. Right? And so many players would rather go to a lesser program so they get a chance to get on that field and play the game that they grew up loving. Right? So, yeah, I know that a number of athletes are like, we're going to transfer to the bigger school because now I proved myself. And it's like, there's a layer to that too that I can understand. It's like, what is it? Devin Hester was talking to Pete Carroll. There's the that footage there where Devin Hester said something about like he returned like a kickoff or two or whatever and made some big plays in some kind of senior bowl or whatever of high school kids. And Pete was like on the opposing staff. And he's like, why didn't you ever recruit me? And he was like really putting Pete, like grilling Pete. Truly grilling the guy with the mic'd up. And it was like, Pete had no answer, man. And it's like, if you're Devin Hester, yeah, he got the opportunity with Florida and all that. But apparently, Devin wanted to be a Trojan, I guess. But sometimes you get an opportunity, and it's like, hey, nobody wanted me. Like, I'm going to go on the other side story that also supports what I'm trying to say is, like, someone was interviewing Jared Zabransky and Adrian Peterson about that Tostitos Fiesta Bowl Boise State Oklahoma game. And they made the comment, they're like, look, Boise State probably had nobody that was even recruited to go to Oklahoma. And Oklahoma has guys on the bench who were recruited to go to Oklahoma. You know, like that idea of like, we've got guys backing up guys who many people consider to be better athletes than you have as starters. Right? But it's like you go out there and you're playing for the small school and you're really lighting it up and people see you and it's like you have an opportunity that they passed you up at first and you were, you know, a sophomore or something and you're showing that you really got something, and then there's a school like Alabama or the Gators or whoever and they're like, damn, this kid is a good kid. Let's bring him in. I mean, that's the Aaron Rodgers story, right? Played at a JC for 1 or 2 years before Cal brought him up and gave him his shot. Like, I do like the fact that kids get a shot to really show themselves and show that they're better than they were recruited for, and they get a chance to play on the biggest stage and really prove themselves. So, I mean, I like that kind of thing. I also totally understand the sentiment that I seem to be reading into what you say, and I totally agree with you. This idea of just like, I'm going to bounce around to whatever school and whoever's going to offer me the most money. And there's some YouTube short I was scrolling through, and some guy was like, I don't know, he was the Gators or he was Alabama. I don't know what team he was. And then he's like, now I'm going to go play for UCLA or whatever. And it's like, that it's just like, I get more NIL in the market of Los Angeles, so here I go, bye. There's got to be some kind of in-between here, right? Hasn't there got to be some kind of in-between? Where kids get a chance to play football without just being punished? Right? But also, like, it's going to be exploited by other people, so I don't know. I have so many mixed feelings about it. The commitments, that's nice. Next game. Bunch of comments. So the same thing happened with us in Florida when we had Urban Meyer, because he brought in a lot of kids with character issues, except for Tebow, the literal saint, and the academic part surfaced. Then Asuka says, even today, the Gator fans are still having extremely mixed feelings about Meyer and the way he left the program. Well, yeah, especially today, because what Meyer came out with Jacksonville and all that, and probably know things that were covered up, right? Things that were probably covered up or known but not so known or whatever. And then brought us a lot of success on the field, but the success also came at a steep price. Yeah. Gators football, it's not like it weren't on the map before, but it was all about the U for the 80s and the 90s and then the 2000s. Like, it's still like always about the U, right? But getting the Gators in the swamp and all that, like, relevant again. They were not a school that was on my radar until the 2000s rolled around. Like, growing up, when you look at the big-time schools and the big names, let's just say Nebraska was a much bigger name than the Florida Gators were. Right? Heisman Trophy winner, Texas Tech, never heard of him, beats out Adrian Peterson. Adrian Peterson is finally available there. We hit continue. Simulate all the cereal bowls. Six Star of Academics. 6 stars of academics, it says on the screen. New record of Texas Tech Red Raiders. New record Hawaii. New record Boise State. New record Boise State. New record Boise State. Advance to off-season. Off-season schedule. Players leaving. Graham Harrell, future Packers backup quarterback. Nice, never heard of him. Obviously he was real because he's still part of this crew. Heisman Trophy winner. Does that make a difference to anyone? You're like, well, in that case, he's still a backup. Saving the draft class. Is this number 4? 2 with Stanford, 2 with Duke, and we're not fired yet? Guess they have lower standards. By going 4 seasons deep, the 5th season should see freshmen who are redshirted go off. And then we can probably save and switch over to Madden. Save because we can still farm this franchise, this dynasty, this Dynchise, if you will. Hey, that should be the name for a YouTube channel. We could farm this after year 5 for more classes of fake names. But at least having the 5 years means, right, freshman, sophomore, junior, senior, plus the redshirt year of whatever year they might have been redshirted will be the end of real-life players, right? I mean, there's the possibility of like that he was injured and he's got an extended year of eligibility and 6th year or whatever. I think one of the college games actually had that or whatever. I think NCAA 11 or whatever I was playing. Like I was like in year 6 and I'm like, how is there still a real life player here? And maybe it was like the year ended in his eligibility and he was also a red shirt and whatever. But I think there was some like year number 6s or whatever. And then maybe I'm mistaken, but wasn't there like a college kid like after COVID or something who was like on his 7th or 8th year in college or something? Some ridiculous like number where there was like the COVID season shut down and also an injury and also his red shirt. And that's like 3 extra years extended or whatever. And it was his senior red shirt after 2 years of eligibility postponement, whatever. So like 7th year or something. And it was like, my God, like the kid is going to be 30 soon. You know? But it's like, yeah, that's just how it is. I forget who that player was, but I'm pretty sure that's how it went down. You guys watch Isaac Punt's quality YouTube channel? He's decided to go full face reveal. He's covering all kinds of stuff, and he's been telling a story recently of how him going to university and his eligibility stuff was a whole nightmare for him. And it just kind of all stacked on top, you know, the sad story. I'm not saying he's not making it up and it's not sad. It's just tells the whole pile up of couldn't do this year and couldn't do that year and some paperwork thing and saying no, and suddenly it was just enough time had gone by and people were like, we don't need like a 27-year-old punter in college football or whatever. I'm again exaggerating, but yeah, that kind of story is what happens to these kids, right? Week 5. I like how they give you the update at the bottom of the screen, like, hey, please be patient. We're getting there. We're actually actively doing something. So you don't think the game is frozen. We got 117 teams or whatever to get through. 112, I think it's 117, right? We got 117 teams to get through. And we don't even have junior colleges or Division II transfers or whatever to deal with, right? Adding walk-ons, cutting, setting depth chart, new season, all of that. Boy, cutting players takes a long time. It's got to evaluate a lot of info, doesn't it? Generating the new schedule. What is this? Oh, yeah, because I usually skip that stuff. Got it. I was on the wrong menu. Alright, I'm going to use this opportunity to grab the inhaler. As my medication plan is ending, and you can hear by my lack of massive coughs and everything else that it's going well. So we're going to let this run. I'm going to get my inhaler and continue my treatment process. Did I miss anything? Is it still running? It's still running. All right. We're only on like week 8 or so? My goodness. We beat a ranked team, 23 Georgia. Georgia Tech, sorry. Georgia and Georgia Tech are two different schools, Paul. Get them right. While we lost to NC State, Virginia, Miami, all of that. No, Virginia Tech. Those are two different schools. You can't shorten them. We went in and we beat Georgia Tech. Interesting. And now they're not ranked. Wonder why that is. You lose to an unranked Blue Devils team as their only second win of the year. You tend to fall out of the top 25. Wake Forest? I didn't know the Forest was asleep. Any predictions in the chat? You think this is going to be any better? According to what Dynasty said, he said stick with 04. He was not blowing smoke about 06. The Wild Jeffrey responded to our comments. Asuka, did you get that notification? The Wild Jeffrey responded to that comment chain on Dynasty's video that you responded to me too, so I wasn't sure if you got the notification. While Jeffrey talking about how he's primarily focused on what I think he said, either 0506 or 04 or 0506. But yeah, it's like, it seems like it's taken many years, but with the help of Dynasty, the massive shoulders on which he just put his video up, exposing the reality of '08 might be causing the community, the ripple effects, to maybe not just buy into the hype of '08 being this godsend of football games. I know Asuka already has '04 as their GOAT game. Obviously, you don't need to change any minds there, but you get the point. And then says, yeah, I told him '04 is the best. You told Wild Jeffrey? Because I saw your comment quite clear as day. I think I dropped a like too for that. Simulate through the week. Yeah, I told Jeffrey. Clear, clear, clear. All right. K. Lattimore. Right? And there it is. C. Painter. Curtis Painter. So that's what it should be, right? It says Keon Lattimore is a senior redshirt, and I'm willing to bet that C. Painter is Curtis Painter, right? And I'm willing to bet that this Curtis Painter was a redshirt freshman finalist, is Curtis Painter, the legendary Colts quarterback, right? Heisman finalist. So this should be the end of real life people at this point. The opportunity for all of them to go through. So we'll definitely export this class, save the Dynasty, and then we can pick it up later as we get through 5 seasons of Madden. Right? A little jumping back and forth action. So, yeah, QB, Boise State record, advanced to off-season, yes. Off-season schedule, players leaving. Preparing budgets. Start button. Export and save. Removing players. These are all senior red shirts, so these have to be all real players as opposed to generated high school kids. Because there's also a degree of asking, what's the quality of these high school kids coming in and their progress? So we're not going to just sim through all of this. We're going to save. We're going to kind of take a look to see if it's even worth looking at other classes. So let's go My NCAA. Let's save the Dynasty has changed. New. Let's call it Sim. And then test. The save is successful, it says. And let's go to rosters. Rosters. Let's go from all teams. And let's take a look at the current. Wow, Mark Sanchez is still there? So how is it? It's 06, so 05, 6, 7, 8. How are we still having real people? Am I mistaken? Did we get fired in year 1? I thought we had 2 years and we were doing 3 years of this. How do we still have... How mistaken am I? Well, I mean, fine. Whatever. Let's go. Let's go. If Mark Sanchez and stuff are still around, I don't know how this is going down. I thought we had 2 years of Stanford. And 3 years of this was 5 years, right? Does it even tell us what year we're in? Did I just space out and we're like entering year 5? It's only been year 4? Man, I'm freaking out, man. Denny says, I stepped away for a minute to put the boy to bed. I have no idea. Yeah, exactly. Well, I mean, yeah, because we weren't following along. But I thought I just finished the 5th year, and then I saw Mark Sanchez. And I'm like, if the Sanchez is still here, then we're running another season. And then we'll look at the recruited group after that. I just do not know how the Sanchez 5, 6, 7, 8, right? Like, how are we not in whatever year? I guess we'll find out when I start the next year. It should say what year we're in, right? But if it says year 6, that's going to be so weird. Yeah, it could have been. It says because the sim takes so damn long. Yeah, we forget where we're at. You know, all the shit we're talking about it here live on stream, in the long run, it can be a lot of fun. If 06 is the legendary game it says it is, which I don't think it is, then it's still worth it if you're actually legitimately playing these games out, right? I don't know how you guys feel about human versus computer play. I'm sure you're not against it or anything. I really do like CPU versus CPU sim, because human play can get, like, too cheesy. But sometimes I'm in the mood to just do some human play. You know, sometimes it's fun to just score some touchdowns and play some defense, right? Sometimes it's fun to just execute an offense. Sometimes it's fun to 3 or 5 step drop and hit a curl. Sometimes it's fun to bait the defense into something and then hit them with a high-low route combination. Sometimes it's fun to just throw the ball out to the running back on the flats, right? Sometimes it's fun to just run with the quarterback, like drop back, see an opening, take off, and be a ball carrier, right? Sometimes that's just fun to do. And other times we're trying to be like sim heads. Yeah, he's in no hurry to get to the butt fumble. Let's just slow it down when he was still called the Sanchez and being gassed up, right? Denny says, play during critical moments, CPU sim the majority, let the sim dictate situations. It's interesting. It definitely is interesting. I still think, like, and not to disagree with that statement, I think it's a very good statement. My brain is just counterpoint. User control is cheese. Doesn't it make the critical situations feel less critical if you can just user cheese your way out of them? Right? It feels a little weird. I think that the other issue is, like, watching these games play. I feel that there's a lack of excitement from computer play. Right? I keep going back to running with the quarterback. It's been something that I've been fascinated with ever since I was a kid and growing up and watching Steve Young, and just like this mentality of, like, you have the ball in your hands. Why don't you just run with it? Like, there's a lane right there. Like, why do you always throw the ball? Like, why can't you just run with it? That running with the ball seems to work. Right? Like, growing up watching Steve Young, it's always been a thing to me. So I'm always fascinated with it, but it's like the excitement of that USC Trojan versus Texans Rose Bowl game and the Vince Young game-ending drive touchdown excitement. The Atlanta Falcons Michael Vick experience. I don't know who even had the commercial for the Mike Vick experience. Was it like Adidas or someone? Like, there's a certain layer where you're just like, this is just exciting football to watch. And I just feel that on all these games that we've been playing and simulating, I feel there's like a lack of excitement. Like, we're like, oh my god, I'm on green with the play or whatever, broke a tackle, it's nice, but it still has a level of blandness. Am I just being cynical about that? So does it tell us what year we're in? Salut, amor! 2009 preview. So all of 5 of 6 of 7 of 8 and 9. So I guess we were only in year 4. It just took so goddamn long I forgot that we were in year 4 and I thought we were in year 5. And I just invented a year. Okay, that answers the question. That's why. It just took so damn long. Asuka's absolutely right. It wasn't even a joke. It took so damn long. Yeah, like the far fourth down run that you're in the comment, or even let me back up. It says, it says the far fourth down run, we could have assumed control for that critical fourth down. And that's the thing, Denny. We shouldn't have had to, right? We shouldn't have even had to, which is a constant running theme with these EA games of we shouldn't have to change the sliders and we shouldn't have to do this. Yeah, exactly. But then you've got those weird situations, right, Denny, where it's like you don't know that it's going to be that situation until it is that situation because they hurried up to the ball, which means you can't assume control there. Like, I literally went in and cranked up the QB accuracy all the way to 20 just so Favre can make a miraculous play or give him the best chance to make the most miraculous play to get him out of the situation to keep it interesting. And then they handed it off to the fullback. And even if I had switched over to user control, it's a hurry-up offense and I couldn't have done anything anyway, right? That's what sucks. But maybe the drive or something. And he said, and that's the appeal of coach mode in like 14. You can control the play call, but let the computer steer it, but assume control instantly at any time. Yes. And then it says, true, and the other comment, unfortunately, I'm a sim head. I wind up taking lots of delay game penalties in coach mode. Yeah, there is an aspect of that, right? I think we were having a little bit of problem with that with NCAA and Madden 14 when I was streaming those games, right? And then Asuka say, you still blame it on Dom Capers. Well, I mean, whatever coping mechanism works for you, right? As fans, we find whatever our coping mechanism is, right? The Steelers say, oh no, Steelers ball, Super Bowl. And then the Packers are like, I just blame Dom Capers. When in doubt, blame Dom Capers. As a 49ers fan, I'm like, we would have had all these rings. We would have been better if we won more games, we would have more rings. We would have won Super Bowls if we'd won them. Holy shit. We would have been a lot more successful if we had been more successful. If it wasn't for all the bad things, then only good things would have happened. If not for Kyle Williams' fumble, we would have been in the Super Bowl, and we probably would have beat the hell out of New England Patriots. But it did happen. And we didn't beat the Patriots, and we lost. Fuck. If Kyle Shanahan didn't blow games, we would have had a boring Super Bowl of Atlanta versus New England if Kyle Shanahan hadn't blown it. If Kyle Shanahan didn't blow games, he might have 3 or more Super Bowl rings with the 49ers. He might be considered the next Bill Walsh or whatever. He'd be considered better than his daddy, right? Confucius say, yes. Confucius say, man who stand on toilet is high on pot. Little cough? Not that bad, though. Suka makes the comment, it was easy for Patriots because they cheated and call calls in the critical moments. Wow. It is what it is, right? What's the expression? If you ain't cheating, you ain't trying. It's like, repeat after me. I misinterpreted the rules. It's not cheating, it's just a misinterpretation of the rules, right? That's the thing. They talk about Spygate. Then the footage that leaked and all that stuff. Like, oh, they were filming the signals. It's like, you know that's not what they got in trouble for, right? Like, officially, like, they didn't get in trouble for filming signals. They got in trouble for where they filmed from. Like, there was something about, like, the enclosed space of something or whatever, and they had, like, the tarp, which made it an enclosed space or whatever. Like, there was no rule that said, like, New England filmed the sidelines and stole the signals, and that thus broke a rule, and they cheated, and they never got in trouble for that. It's the location that they filmed from. It's the same thing with Tom Brady and the footballs. Like, the whole thing about the Colts balls were also underinflated, and the ESPN numbers, ESPN, like, apologized and retracted the story, but no one talks about it. And it wasn't what the original PSI was that people still talk about to this day. And then there was the whole thing about, like, I think it was Giants Steelers, but it might have been another opponent than the Giants. Might have been Vikings. I don't know. But, like, they had another, like, cold weather game. And they had very similar results of, like, measuring the footballs. And they were also underinflated. And there was this whole thing. And, like, the judges, like, threw out the whole court proceeding. And they're like, but Paul, he was suspended. Yeah. Because, like, when they went on appeals, the appeal and the judge appeal, the not dissenting, like, the opinion by the judge was, like, basically the CBA is a pile of trash, and we're upholding Roger Goodell's ruling, or Roger Goodell's decision, because the information inside the CBA basically gives Goodell godlike authority, like, to just punish people however he wants. And, like, by the rules of your own collective bargaining agreement and players' union stuff, you agreed to this discipline and to be disciplined like that. And, like, it was basically a scathing report against the collective bargaining agreement and the Players Association for signing such a piece of legal trash. And they're like, that's why Brady is suspended, not because he's actually, like, guilty of anything that we can prove. But it was just like, yeah, you guys signed a horrible legal agreement, and you should be ashamed of yourselves, and you should do better next time. Right? And that's what it really came down to. It was a whole mess. Like, regardless of the guy going, like, I'm the deflator and all that. Like, Aaron Rodgers came out and he's like, I like it when the football is a little bit overinflated. Because it's the other thing. Like, it was like, who gives a shit? Anyone who, like, was talking about the footballs, there it is, Mark Sanchez won the award. When people were talking about the footballs, they're like, it's actually harder to throw when it was underinflated. And it was easier for the running backs to not fumble. In a game where they were running the football. Oh, everyone's like, Tom Brady, the ball was underinflated. And it was like, it probably helped the running game. And Ben Jarvis Green Ellis, who doesn't fumble. Right? It wasn't about Tom Brady throwing better completions. Because also, allegedly, in the second half, when they made the changes or whatever, we're going to go to Marshall. Remember Marshall? Colorado State Rams? Whatever, sure, accept the offer. Is Tom Brady allegedly, like, was completing more passes and doing better when the balls were better inflated? You know? And it's not like the NFL wasn't monitoring footballs after that. And yet, look what he continued to do. So, the whole thing of, like, the Patriots cheat or cheated, I think the bigger influence is when Tom Brady went to Tampa and he said the story, like, we shouldn't be practicing outside where people can see us. Right? The Patriots cheating and stealing signals and video stuff had to do with the whole thing of, like, Eric Mangini basically being the Jets coach and going, like, I know what you're doing. I was doing it with you. I know you're here, here, and here. I'm going to blow the whistle if you don't stop doing that against us. The whole Josh McDaniels doing it with the Denver Broncos against the 49ers was a thing. Like, that's where the whole, like, Patriots cheating stuff goes to. And I don't know, man, like, we live in this time where all these old school players and coaches laugh and joke about all the cheating that they did, and no one gives a shit, right? Like, what is it? The Raiders laugh and joke about, what is it, Art Shell and Gene Upshaw, and, like, what they would tape inside, and they basically, he perpetually had, like, a 12-year broken thumb that was only broken on Sundays or whatever. And they've got this cast so they can just jam it into your sternum or whatever. And former Raiders players on defense, and even Howie Long and other guys talking about what they would sew inside their uniforms and their shirts, and everyone just like jokingly about it. The 49ers and other teams talking about like greasing up their front of their uniforms, like offensive linemen, like oiling up, greasing up their uniforms, and they got in trouble a couple times for it, and then the refs made them change their uniforms before the game, and just all this stuff, and people just laugh like, oh, those boys, they're just doing their best. But we now live in an era where we're like, it's an asterisk, it doesn't count. And it's like, just something about like, if they were fucking around in the 80s and before, we're just like, oh, lol, boys being boys, the league is what it was. Oh, that's so silly, just trying to get an edge, you know. And now it's like, you're a cheater and you're a fraud and you suck and whatever. And it's like, why do we treat the different eras differently when they're functionally up to the same rapscallion bullshit? It's always funny and weird to me. Okay, so now we should be good to go, right? Like, correct me if I'm wrong, Denny, but wasn't the whole thing about, like, steroids were not illegal in the 70s as far as a performance-enhancing thing? And it's like most of the Steelers team was on steroids, is the understanding that I had. And then, like, later they made it illegal. But it's like, hey, it's not cheating if it's not against the rules at the time. You know? Like, that was my general understanding across a lot of it. And we just laugh and joke about it. Like, oh, Night Train Lane almost killed guys by ripping their heads off with their face mask and clotheslining them and all of that. You know, and Jack Tatum basically paralyzed a guy. And no. Like, whatever. Like, it's all cool, folks. Like, who gives a shit? Right? There's a reason why coaches put the play call card over their mouth and everything to try to prevent lip readers, and we try to hide signals and all that. But if the Patriots go to halftime and they look at the footage, oh shit, now it's fucked up. Right? Alright, so we've got that saved. Go to the comments, go to the section, and then go to Madden 06, right? It's easy for the Patriots because they cheated in the calls for critical moments. I don't know how weird Goodell rushed to destroy the evidence in Spygate. Yeah, it's absolutely weird. I think it has to do with what I just said, right? Because I'll tell the other side story that I heard when Spygate was breaking in 2007. Jimmy Johnson was doing the commentary on Fox. It was like the week of or the week after, whatever. Jimmy Johnson was making a comment how he said when the 49ers came to Dallas, he made sure that he paid the janitor staff, whatever, to go through all the 49ers trash, to take whatever he could in terms of their game planning, their notes, anything that they might have potentially left behind as any clue, because they're going to play them in the playoffs. You know, it was just like all the little things, all the little edges that you would do. And everyone just like laughs and jokes about it. But like the decades change, the cheating doesn't change. Like, or trying to get the edge doesn't change. But one we laugh off and then the other one we cry about. And that's what I find so weird. And I think that's why like that comment that reminded me of it when you said Goodell rushed to destroy the evidence, because it's like, it's all still part of the old boys club, right? And it's just like the social media perception has changed and we don't laugh it off anymore. And yeah, the whole league was juiced. Yeah, the whole league was juiced. Exactly. Just like baseball, right? It wasn't the Steelers weren't the only ones doing it, right? And then it said, look at the head coach as a weapon stuff today. Yeah. In the 70s, they tried to remove your helmet without undoing the chin strap. Exactly. I think everyone became more serious after 9/11. Yeah, there's an aspect of that. There's a whole entire cultural aspect of that. I have not written a college paper on it, but when I was in university, the first time around, because I'm doing university this time around, I was in university the first time around, one of the papers that I was working on, I ended up changing papers and all that, but we're talking about how media, humor, perceptions, many things have changed in the post 9/11 world. And you can still see it to this day. But like the dark humor, and there's just so many different things about pre 9/11 humor and post 9/11 humor. Pre 9/11 serious stuff, post 9/11 serious stuff. The show 24. There's so many different things about media in the post 9/11 world, and perceptions and sports and many different things. It's very, very, very interesting deep dive. But that's not what this channel's all about. But I think there's a lot of validity in what Asuka just dropped a little bomb right there with that. We're going to go to rosters. So now we should have it set up where now everyone is finally officially fake, right? I don't know about this Jeremy Adams or anyone else, right? 2006, yeah. So these should all be fake players. So these are high school kids coming out. Who are the fastest quarterbacks? Sub 90 speed. Now, Vic was a generational quarterback in terms of his speed rating and all of that, getting 94 in Madden. Getting 94 or 95 speed, whatever he is, I think 94 speed in Madden 2004, and very generational. And we do not have a Lamar Jackson. I do not expect a Lamar Jackson. But we're not even breaking the 90 speed threshold here, right? We've got the Vince Young and some other guys, but we just don't have the speed there. So that's interesting. The strength at the quarterback spot. Does strength and throw power work together? I do not know. What value does strength truly have for a quarterback in the video game? Right? These are just like the fun little slider testing things. Does 99 throw power 50 strength, 99 throw power 74 strength have any meaningful difference? Right? Like, do they compound? Do they stack? Does strength have any impact on the break tackle ability? Does he shrug off tacklers Big Ben style, like that famous video of him like attacking the tackling dummies, everyone laughing, but there's also a truth, and like that's how he played? Is there any value in like trying to shrug off tackle attempts from a corner or someone by having that 74 strength? Does it have any value whatsoever? That's interesting to think about and ask about. Awareness. Senior redshirt. No one breaks the 90 threshold. In fact, awareness here across the entire league of creative players, this is troublesome. Nobody's in the 90s. Only 2 players are above 85. And we only have a few players that are 80 plus. It seems like even these college kids, senior redshirt, the most time to develop, and other seniors, they don't understand how to play football. Because these numbers are going to go down even more when they get to the NFL. So they just don't know how to read defenses. Lance Moore. Now, is this just a coincidence? Lance Moore was a wide receiver? Is this like a real kid? Yeah, no? Is it just a coincidence? No? It's just a coincidence. Yeah, 2006. Right? So that's a thing. Quarterbacks who can catch the ball. Was this guy like an athlete that moved a quarterback? Right? I don't know. I think it is interesting that you can have these guys that you could potentially turn into wide receivers in Madden if you sign them and they have some catch rating. And then you can take these guys, these Antoine Randall-Els, and at least in the the Madden 2003 playbook had the actual wide receiver pass. I think it's really interesting if you could take a guy and do a slash Stewart. So I find that interesting from the quarterback position. Who cares about jump from the quarterback position? Break tackles. Okay. So this is not like a big concern, but the awareness gets me. Then throwing powers. It's not every day that you get yourself a 99 rocket arm guy. So the fact that we've got some 98s, 97s, and 99s, like these are supposed to be the NFL arm guys, right? The fact that like the Drew Breeses and the Tom Brady's are very playable. Even the Alex Smith, they're very playable with like 88 throwing power in the game. So I think there's plenty of throwing power to play with and have a good time with here. Accuracy is going to be whatever it is. And then you've got guys that have both skills, right? And these guys that have throwing power and accuracy are the ones that usually do well in the NFL, in Madden, right? You can have the arm, but he doesn't have the NFL accuracy. He can be a college dominating player. But it's these guys that have both a high accuracy and enough throwing power behind it. I'm glad to see that these 98 throwing accuracy, 95, 94, 93, are paired up with guys that at least can get the ball out. Right? Not like 78 throw power or something like that. You've got an 86 here, which is floating in that, Madden 02, Madden 03, Madden 04, Tom Brady, Drew Brees range, Chad Pennington range. I know that in later Maddens, they're like, Tom Brady's 99 throw power, 99 accuracy, and in Madden 08 because it was 50 touchdown season or whatever. But they were fine giving him like 84, 88 throwing power in Madden 03, Madden 04, right? Oh, now he's 99 throw power. Though to be fair, Brady threw that 72 just yardage, let alone left to right, like actually was in the air for more than 72 yards. And he overthrew Randy Moss. It was outside of Randy Moss's range in that Super Bowl. The one that Michael Strahan said made him nervous that the Patriots were going to catch it, call timeout, and kick the game-winning field goal in 2007. He did have a hell of a powerful arm. Maybe he was underrated at 88 throw power, but I still like seeing this. Let's go to the comments with times to talk about it. Denny says, I assume that strength had to do with break tackle and stiff arms. Yes. KC Classic, can someone tell me what year this is? NCAA 06? Absolutely, Casey Clark. If you're still here, Casey Clark. No, KC Classic Clark. Where the fuck did I get Clark from? I'm a moron. KC Classic 7. This is NCAA 06. We have done all 5 years, which means that even freshmen who have been redshirted, like Mark Sanchez, have graduated and moved on, and we're looking at purely now, we're in year number 6, where every single player is an imaginary player coming out of high school. And we're just kind of looking, what does the league, but in this case the college version of the league, look like for players that are then going to be prospects into Madden 06? Is this worth importing once we get past the real life players? That's what we're looking at right this moment, and at least that's what I'm talking about. Here we're still in the 90s of throw accuracy, and we've got another guy that his name is Magnum with only 85 throw power. I'm sure 85 throw power is a lot better than I could ever do. Magnum, what a hell of a name. So I feel like I'm bringing this up also because I felt in the college game, like NCAA 03, 04, whatever, in some of these games, I feel that in the draft classes of Madden, we saw several 90 plus throw accuracy but 71 throw power quarterbacks in the Madden generated classes. Some ridiculous numbers where they didn't fit. And I felt some of the generated guys, and I think it was NCAA 04, there were several guys that was 95 throw accuracy, 72 throw power. And it's okay, that's good when you're playing a Division II or you're a whatever, you're a Western Athletic Conference trash team backup quarterback, right? But it's interesting to see a lot of these guys are still, of these accuracy guys, you still have a decent balance of power and accuracy. Here's one, 80, right? It drops off. Now let's go to the reverse. how bad are these college quarterbacks? So, Rice recruits guys that have 65 and 68 throw power and accuracy. Central Michigan. Isn't this like one of the other like side conversations of like how good do you have to be to make it to Division I college? And yet how bad are you while you're still good enough that you're better than most of us? If that makes any sense? Like, you're good enough to make D1 school, but you're a 52 overall with 44 awareness. Right? And you have, like, no... Like, you have 68 throw power, and you were recruited to university to play ball. Like, where is that weird nebulous area where it's like, you know, he can't hit a fat bull in the ass, and he can only throw the ball 30 yards, but we want him to be our... We want this guy to be our D1 quarterback that we're going to put on scholarship. Right? I'm sure he can throw more than 30 yards, but you get my point? Like, where is the breaking point there? Halfbacks. Oh, that's worrisome, isn't it? Right off the bat, before we look at anything else, isn't that worrisome? And let's go back to the comments section. Denny thumbs up beer. We got a Bills fan in the house. Yes, we do. Orochi Alter. KC Classic 7 says, I completely understand. I've done the same thing in the past. Yes. And KC Classic 7 says, Adasuka, hands up. Yes, I am. Let's go. Fantastic. So name is KC Classic, but Bills fan. Interesting. Orochi Alter is also a Bills fan. Orochi Alter is not here today, but is a regular to the channel. Damn, that kid holds a hell of a clipboard. Exactly. Yeah, I could just see, like, damn, coach, we got to get this guy signed. He holds a clipboard like a monster. Yeah, does he understand what's on it? No, he's only got 44 awareness. I don't even think he can read. Right? 40 aware. I made fun of 44. Good Lord. Like, what awareness do we give this kid? 40. Like, what does that mean? Like, we can't go any lower. There's no such thing as 38 awareness. Like, I don't think he could spell his name. When he signed his scholarship, he just put an X on the line. Goodness gracious. Like, if you have 40 awareness, do you even know what an A and a B gap are? Like, what does that represent? Can you identify the numbers on the opposing team? Right? Like, what does 40 awareness mean? Good Lord. Like, what does it represent? Seriously. So, yeah, this is doing me a concern. You do me a concern, son. Is 96 is our best running back, then 93, then to 91. So all high school kids that have come out and have had time to develop as seniors, juniors, like these are the top. We're not talking about like sophomores, whatever. We're talking senior redshirt, senior, junior redshirt, senior redshirt, senior, senior redshirt, senior redshirt, senior redshirts across the board. This is their max development, about to graduate, whatever. And we're dipping here. It's just like the game does not want running backs to be any good. And then you start looking at this board at 93, 88 speed. 88 speed, I think, is what they have Jamal Lewis as in Madden 04. But he's got all his power and break tackle. And you can do well with 88 speed. I know that many of us are so accustomed to wanting 92, 94, 97, 98, 99 speed out of running backs. But Jamal Lewis in Madden 04, you can get gold in the running back drill. It's hard, but you can get gold in the running back drill with Jamal Lewis. And you can run with power. You have like the Mike Allstadts and the Jerome Bettises and stuff that are maybe the 87 or 86 speeds, right? But once you start dipping underneath those 88, 87, 86 speeds, you struggle to get back to the line of scrimmage. You struggle to get anywhere. It gets really bad. Right? So it's worth looking, just bottoming it out. Again, Akron, how slow is 65? What does 65 mean? Right? I'll literally look it up. If I go Madden 2006 Combine 40 time guide. I don't even know if they have a Madden 06 guide. Game facts, draft, frequently asked questions. Created by Mets Rule, right? If I type in the number 40 time. According to Madden 06, which is what we're importing as, it says the range of 60 to 69 speed. So let's also do this. Let's go to sources. Let's go to display capture. Let's put here. Let's do what we did last time, which is move the screen like this. And click hide. And try to zoom it in to help you all see it even better on the screen. Tell me, like, we can probably zoom it in even more? How far can we go? How low can you go? 500 is the most it'll let us go. And what sucks is all this stuff on the screen gets in the way. Like, it just doesn't let us get rid of it. But here's, the chart. Like, to get the numbers as large as possible. Clocked 40 time. And 65 speed is sitting there in this range. So 4.7 is 69. 4.85 is 60. So we're talking like 4.75 range. 4.75. So faster than Tom Brady, right? Tom Brady 40 time combine. 5.71, right? Tom Brady's 5.71. No, 5.71. 5.17. I get my dyslexia. 5.17. Tom Brady would be sub 40 speed, according to this, right? So hey, faster than Tom Brady. But my goodness, I wonder when you're recruiting, does the game like go like, hey, here's a halfback with 4.75 speed, folks. Sign me up. Give me a D1 contract, folks. Not a contract, a scholarship. Right? And then the comment says, you're picturing a superstar genetics with a 40 awareness. Your father used his head for a hammer. And your mother enjoyed sniffing stamps. Yeah, like, my goodness. So, the fast kids. There are fast kids. Let's look at the same thing here. Acceleration. This is where I think the imported kids are going to do a lot better. Right? Is we have, at least in college football, better than we saw out of Madden, is we see guys who are physically athletic tend to be athletic. Like, what a shock, I know. 99 speed, 94 acceleration, 94 agility, 94 acceleration. 76 agility. So he's just like a straight line burst runner. Here's like a 99, 90, 98. The 86, okay. Because having agility, you can be an offensive lineman, a defensive lineman, and have a lot of agility. Those are not directly tied. But generally speaking, if you're fast, you're probably not 70 acceleration and 99 speed. Right? So at least I'm sorted by speed right now, and you can see a lot of these accelerations are closer in matching than what we see in the Madden draft classes, right? In reverse, it's okay that you can have a lot of burst, but you may not have the highest top speed. And I like this. 99 acceleration, 89 speed. That's understandable. 86 speed. 89. Right? 86, 89. We're still in the 95s here. I think this is working out a lot better. Strength, halfbacks. I don't know where this compares to the Mike Allstotts and the Jerome Bettises, but we're in the 80s. And an LSU kid with a lot of strength. Who'd have thought, right? So I do have a cough coming on, excuse me. A worse one. I apologize for that, but that was a pretty bad one. KC Classic 7 says, 76 agility makes me think of a track guy. Yes, exactly. Exactly. Straight line sprinter, make him be a return man, whatever it is. Right? Absolutely. Who are the most aware guys? Who are the guys that can hit the holes versus who's the Trent Richardson out there? And this is a concern of mine. The best, most aware halfback in all of college football as of this year, of the generated guys, doesn't even hit 88, doesn't hit 90, doesn't hit 95, doesn't hit anything like that. Right? And we're already dipping to the 82s. Like, no vision. That's troublesome. Because you're going to take an awareness hit on top of that when you go into Madden. When this guy, Blake Washington, gets exported as a 96 overall to whatever he becomes in Madden, he's going to take a big dip there. And he was not an elite vision runner even in college. Catch guys like the Brian Westbrooks and stuff, and the Kevin Falks and things that can catch the ball in the backfield, the Christian McCaffreys or whoever that can catch the ball in the backfield, that exists. Sí, mucho gracias, tía. Mil gracias.
Yeah.
Sí, mil gracias, tía. A nice little tea has been made for me, especially with the hacking and coughing that I just did when I muted. And then the next thing to look at, I mean, we're not going to every single position, every single skill, but really, guys, especially KC Classic 7, what you've missed in previous streams and previous nights is the biggest weakness in the Madden draft classes that the Madden creates is a lack of depth at running back and wide receiver. So I want to see what that is. We could have whole other problems with offensive line, linebackers, I don't know. But the one thing that gets me really interested is, do we get quality running backs and do we get quality receivers? And so, there are pass catchers here. 59 carry. You're not going to keep a job putting the ball on the ground like that, son. But the reverse, 93 carry and then no one else over 90 carry? Like, I'm not saying these guys are fumble prone, but hold on to the damn ball, son. Break tacklers. Yeah, you usually want 90 plus break tackle. If you're going to draft a kid into the NFL, you got to have the ability to impose your will, right? So that's interesting. And then when we look at the overall, what kind of overall kids are we talking about? Most of them have speed, that's serviceable, decent strength, the okay vision, the mobility, like these are the top backs, like these are the top class kids. One of them might be a feature back in the future of the NFL, so you can kind of see it. They can hold on to the football for the most part, except for Brandon Dennis here. They generally have some break tackle. So it's not like every year has multiple all-star runners, okay? So even if just one or two of these guys comes out, and every single year you get like a star runner and then you get some backups, it seems fine. It's a little weak, but it still seems better than what Madden gives us. Wide receivers still give me lots of pause here. Look at this, 92. We don't need every class to have a Randy Moss and a Calvin Johnson, but come on, there are great receivers year in and year out. right? There's like the Mike Williams and all kinds of guys. Like, you've got all kinds of receivers that can come out and be good. And we're dipping to 90 already? 6 foot, 6'1", 6'2", 5'9", 6'3". There's a 6'3" guy. Height's not the only thing, but big receivers, 6'4", is a thing in the NFL. The 6'6" and 6'5" guys, the Finnerans, Plexico Burris. Dwight Clark was like 6'5" or 6'4". Like, you do have big guys. You do have 5'10", 5'9", 5'11", right, all that. But you do have the 6'3", 6'4s. The Harold Carmichael 6'7" guy is not so common, right? 6'6", there you go, out of Wisconsin. Like, give us some degree of some generational talent here, folks. The other thing is catching the ball. So that's the other thing. KC Classic 7 fan, because the other guys have seen this stuff before, is when we were scouting in Madden 04, I know this is 06, so it's not the same, but when we were scouting in 04, is we saw a lot of players whose skill was rated as like average or below average. So let's go average. Do they even have that, what that means here in my list? I don't think it does. I'm going to zoom out. We're going to go here. We're going to go to sources, display capture, here. If I say like the word good, very quick study really misses. No. These are like reports. So no, if I go to Madden 04, I know it's a different game, but they would tell us here, just to give you the information, we had a chart. Yes. Okay. It's kind of hard to read because it's like scattered here. But if a player was considered good, their low rating was 60, their high rating was 89. It was a range between 60 to 89. The average was 73, and the common range was 68 to 79. And we saw receivers that were scouting that were like in this range. The above average, average, below average in hands. Which means they might have had low to like 50 to 42 hands. High in the 71 to 90. But it says the average was 70, 61, 55, whatever. And we saw it when we looked at it. Like, they were bad. Like, the receivers were garbage. And they had like, we signed a guy who was like an 87 overall that ended up having like 71 or 78 speed. And it was just like all kinds of ugh. Right? All kinds of ugh. So seeing at least that they can catch the damn football is important to me. Denny G says, as long as ratings don't drop too much on import, there's room to develop, which means you can get like 4 to 5 capable backs per draft. Yeah. I think we've looked at what we wanted to see. We've saved it. I even click exit and it says yes, it's saving fine. Which means we can then, once it finishes loading and I don't turn off my console because it's telling me not to, we can fire up 06. Would you like to save anything? No. Okay, shut down. Almost 2 hours into night. Fire it up. KC Classic 7 says, and these were the Madden generated DCs from Madden. So I don't know what you mean by, oh yeah, the DC's draft classes. So yeah, what I was showing on screen was Madden 04 info. But what we were just looking at was NCAA's 06. Those were kids that the video game created, EA, whoever created, that you recruit across the nation, the whole recruiting. And we had all the real life players that EA had already made and put ratings to. They had all graduated. Even if they were a freshman, a true freshman, and they had been redshirted like Mark Sanchez. We saw Mark Sanchez redshirted and did all the years, and they've all graduated. So the classes we were looking at, not a single real-life human player rated by EA on the disc existed anymore. Those were all pure generated, like, high school seniors that you could recruit year number 1, that then grew up to be red shirt and regular seniors in the game. So that is the future of NCAA's college football, because there is no high school football 06 that uses high school players, right? So it's completely fictional world at that point. So I have imported draft classes of 5 years worth that are going to be based on real life names. So beyond that, the choice then becomes ours. Do we just use Madden's classes? Do we use NCAA's classes?
Sports. It's in the
Because
game.
at what point do we not care anymore? At what point are we only importing them because we're actually playing college football and the kids we actually recruit and we're playing against on the field on Saturdays, we want to see in Madden? Well, we're simulating, so do we care about those kids? I don't think so. But this is all a bigger test to see the quality of the league. We've previously tested what the Madden-generated classes look like, and it's not so good. So let me double check here because I have my audio off. Alright, there's not a bunch of blaring music. Fantastic. Game modes. Franchise. Load. Oh, it doesn't matter because we're not doing that. Game modes. Franchise. New. And we're going to go Steelers go Super Bowl. Denny's a Steelers fan, so we'll represent Steelers.
Live from beautiful
Training camp. We don't care about training camp because the computer can't use it. Team schedule. Whoa. Before I forget. My team.
Live from Silicon Valley.
Franchise.
It's time for the
Coaching
EA
strategy.
Radio Show with host
Options.
Tony Bruno.
Management. Computer will do everything.
Hello, sports fans. Thanks for tuning
We have
in.
no input on decision making. Simulate the preseason. And there we go. Great. Comment section. And KC Classics or KCC says understand. And then Denny makes Viva los Piranhas. So KC Classics, we were doing Madden 04. We were like 13 years in. And somewhere around 7, 9, 10 years, whatever it was, the Steelers decided to go to Mexico City and became the Piranhas. We ended up having like 5 relocation teams. The Pilots and other teams. But the Steelers of all teams went to Mexico City. And so, as Denny the Steelers fan, now he's a Piranhas fan. Viva los Piranhas. Advance to regular season. So, Asuka started the stream saying we're going back to school. Well, now we're going back in time 5 years into the past. We have 5 years worth of future knowledge. Whatever you want to call it. Simulate the season. Yes. So, it's awesome to have inside jokes on a channel that no one else is going to get. And I've made the joke and half-truth, is I think for a birthday or for Christmas, I need to get Denny a Mexico City Piranhas, like, but it's got to be like really like intentionally cheap looking, right? Like not high quality, like the screen print whatever, Piranhas logo, like sent to him, like come on, man. Like the $5 T-shirt, right? Like the T-shirt that you get in a bag at Walmart with a screen print on it, right? The Mexico City Piranhas. Just out of fun, man. Asuka says 2005 was the season for hell for Packers. And then Back to the Future, or Forward to the Past. Exactly. Fuck. We got a small group of characters, but I absolutely love the community that we have together here, folks. We're almost at 2 hours. We have a faster stream because it's, or not stream, faster simulation because it's only 32 team league as opposed to 117 teams full of like 75 player rosters or whatever. So we should be able to get through these early seasons and see what happens. And we're just being completely hands off. We do want to see what the players, like how they come out. There's obviously going to be a layer of not meeting expectations, right? God, what game was it? I don't know if there's something wrong with my hard drive that's causing problems with it because I have maybe a false memory. Is it a false memory of like playing Madden 03 and importing like the draft class and Larry Johnson was like a low draft pick in my 03 Madden 03 franchise? Like it was working? I don't know. I could have sworn that 03 it was working, 04 it wasn't. And 05 and others ones it was working. It was 04 that was the problem. But I might be mistaken, but I could have sworn I got it to work way back in the day. Maybe there's something wrong with my hard drive and my Xbox, but that's for another day and another time. But I could have sworn. Because what I was about to talk about was Madden does have an issue where it's like, because that's the other thing, I could have sworn I got Madden 03 to work on my Xbox way back in the day. Because the other thing was like Carson Palmer, the #1 overall pick. He was like a third round quarterback, right? Like even when you made him like a 99 in NCAA and you imported him, the game would just make him like a third round quarterback, not even the #1 pick, consensus pick. And he would also just be bad. And I could have sworn that I had gotten 05 to work. 04 to work. One of them I got to work where I thought we also had Phillip Rivers and Eli Manning, like in the draft class. And like they were not first round picks either. I don't know, maybe if there's also an issue with my hard drive. I may have that looked at. Colts Seahawks Super Bowl 1-point game. Import draft class, the first time we're clicking yes on that. Hard disk, draft classes. So, this one, we're going to delete this one. I think I intentionally renamed this one. And this one is draft classes 05, 06, 07, 08, 09, right? That we all created today. And don't worry about the dates. It says like February 22nd or whatever. It's like, my hard drive does what it can. It's not connected to the internet. And it is what it is. But let's go with the 05 class. Azuka says, I wonder how Rodgers will progress in the sim. Because this is that first year, right? This is that like unfortunate timeline where 2K5 came out the year before Rodgers would have been a rookie and all that stuff, and Alex Smith and all that. That's what's unfortunate is we didn't get like a 2K6. I mean, it's unfortunate that we didn't get 2K like year after year, right? Here you go, Asuka. Shared revenue, 85.5 million. You want to take a note on a piece of paper or whatever. We're at 85.5 million this year. Okay? And there it is. The New England coach has retired from the Patriots. I fulfilled all of my career goals. Period. Not ellipses, 3 dots. Not single period. Someone in the copyright room at EA couldn't figure out if he was trying to end with an ellipsis of 3 dots and fucked up that, or didn't know that a period has a single dot on it. Sometimes you just take cheap shots at EA. Off-season menu. Sure. Schedule. retired players. Cool. Lorenzo Neal and other guys retire. Got it. Making offers to players. Storyline Central rosters. Progression. So, Steelers. Okay, side issue. KC Classic, KCC, is we did Madden 05. Ben Roethlisberger pretty much was stuck at a 78 overall, didn't progress or anything. Tommy Maddox became like a 90 overall or whatever, and Ben Roethlisberger eventually got cut and became like a Lions backup quarterback or something, maybe the starter, I don't know, and he became nothing. But in real life, he ended up having a really, really, really good rookie year, and the game apparently made him an 88 overall, and now he's an 89 overall. Is it just me or Asuka, or does this specific picture of Ben Roethlisberger, if I told you that was urinating tree, would you know the difference? This very specific one. I don't mean Ben Roethlisberger in real life looks like urinating tree, but doesn't this resolution of an image of Big Ben, if I just said that's urinating tree or vice versa, could you tell the difference? Am I wrong? Issa, medicine time. Fantastic, baby. So, let's do that. Help my wife with her medicine schedule. It says restricted free agents, re-signing players, rookie scouting, NFL draft. Let's go to the NFL draft. I'm going to help her with that. It's just interesting to look at where teams and players are going to go. If we can look at the recap. I don't know where recap happens. Be interesting to see where players actually go in the video game version. Projecting the selections. See, that's where it would be a lot of fun. So, NFL draft. This still doesn't allow me... Oh, because I put it on coach only. Okay. Okay. Is there going to be the recap, though? NFL draft is complete. Team. Stats. Draft info. Draft recap. All. There you go. We will take a look at this on the other side. I'm going to help my wife with her medication thing. And we'll be back to look at how players were really drafted. But we see Reggie Bush, number 5 overall, Matt Leinart, and I do not see Vince Young. But I don't think Vince Young came out in this draft class. That's the other thing. They can come out in different orders, right? And that can affect real-life drafts as well. So, I'll be right back. right. I don't think I muted myself before I left, so you should be able to hear me. Thank you for your patience. We heard good night in the chat. It says it's starting to get pretty tired. You'll be back later for the rewind in the morning. Good night. Denny may not even be here to hear me say that good night, but Denny is probably here at least to hear me say hello. Good morning, Denny, on the rewind. So you've just traveled back in time to 10:45 p.m. Lima, Peru, Eastern Standard Time without daylight savings time or anything. Yes, that's right, KC Classic 7. I am broadcasting live from Lima, Peru. Expat, whatever you want to call it, just been living here since 2011 and teaching English and having a good time playing retro football on an actual original Xbox. This is not a computer emulation. As you saw when I fired the machine back up, the dashboard and all that. So just kind of hooking up composite cables to an HDMI converter. The HDMI then goes to a video capture card that's plugged into my laptop, and then the video capture card has a video output to my television. And it's like, hey, if we've got this little go-between, I can stream my gameplay, so why not? And second thing is, I have found far more success on my channel. It's not successful, but far more success on my channel doing live streams of this style than my early videos where I would record myself talking at the computer and then posting the video and everyone hated it. And I can understand because when people see a video, they want an edited, finished product. I totally get that and respect that. But if you have stream of consciousness conversations, people love it when it's live and hate it when it's a video. And yet if you watch an old live video, everyone's fine with it. But if it's clicked as video, then they hate it, even though it's the exact same content with a different label, which is interesting. So where are we? Matthias Kiwanuka, Giants defensive end pass rusher, apparently is the top pick in the draft. They do not go quarterback until 3rd overall. It doesn't tell us the team, does it? No, it doesn't. DeBerkeshaw Ferguson, future Jets lineman, left tackle, so the pass rusher, and then a left tackle to block a pass rusher. Matt Leinart at quarterback, a defensive tackle, really of all positions, and then the game changer, Reggie Bush, goes 5th overall. Then a free safety and so forth. The next quarterback off the board is Kellen Clemens, and again, I don't think Vince Young was even available at that time. I think he won the Heisman Trophy in year number 2, so I think he was still literally in the league in college football. And then we see McNeil and other players continue to get taken down the list. Right? But how do they turn out is another question into and of itself. So, let's go back to schedule. Let's go to start new season. And we're just trying to have no influence on the league whatsoever. Asuka, do you recall what the cap or what the league share was? Like 85 million or something, right? That's where we started at. It says note it down. We're going to get through all this, and we're going to get through at least the 5 years. Maybe even more time. We're going to see what this draft class and future draft classes end up looking like with their rookie contracts expiring, as we then have the 5th year or so of draft classes show up. We're probably going to go to 7 to 9 years if we can tonight, but we're definitely going to get through these draft classes. So, rosters.
Live from beautiful downtown Redwood Shores,
All
California,
NFL.
it's the EA Radio Show with Tony
Young
Bruno.
players. Aaron Rodgers You asked
Hello,
the question.
sports fans.
I
I'm
don't
Tony
think I've
Bruno, your
modified him at
charming
all.
host.
I think
We've
he
got
also
all
starts
kinds
at
of
like a
things to
77,
discuss on today's
78.
special training
So
camp
here he's
edition.
gone up to an 81.
We have a jam-packed slate of goodies to
Awareness
share with
70.
everybody, so don't touch your
93,
dials. Stay
85.
tuned.
And Alex Smith always will be tied next to him. For whatever reason, Aaron Rodgers had not signed an NFLPA, or he had signed it. He has a picture. I don't know what's going on. And here you go with
I have a
Alex
tendency
Smith.
to spout
the
off
higher
on some
speed,
topics every now
the
and then,
higher
but today
awareness,
we want to hear your thoughts on
the
something
88
you
throw
really want to
power,
talk about.
which is, like I
Hey,
said,
how about we start right now?
manageable.
Hi, you're on the air with Tony
accuracy.
Bruno.
Hey, what's going on, Tony? Thanks for taking my
There you
call.
go.
I want to know what you think of teams that draft a rookie in the early rounds
And
who they can't
then
even start. A team like the Chargers,
Vince Young
drafting Phillip
was
Rivers when they
drafted
already have
and
a
was
guy
in
like
that
Drew
class.
Brees.
There
Personally,
you go,
I can
folks.
understand
That's
it. Why not pick
exactly what I'm
somebody
talking
we actually
about.
need? Someone who can start and contribute
Vince
right
Young
away.
here.
Yes, Drew Brees
Fifth
was a
round.
starter. Yes, you used a
Not
second-round pick on him.
top
But
10
as a coach in the
draft
NFL,
pick,
it's all about
not even
winning
a
today.
first-round draft
It's
pick.
not like I'm telling
Now,
you something
again,
that you
he
don't
did
already
not
know.
have the
You
super
win, you have a job. If
season
you
that he
lose,
did,
well, you know how it goes.
the Rose
Rumor,
Bowl or
hot
whatever
seat,
kind of
GM
situation,
endorsement,
but
out the door.
fifth round
Marty was
pick,
facing just that. He wasn't happy with the way that Brees was playing to that
71
point.
overall.
He needed to make an impact.
a one-year
Eli
deal.
wasn't coming to town, so they picked
82
Rivers.
speed,
So now there's two things you can do.
61
A,
awareness,
you can stick Rivers on the bench and let him develop.
only
B, start Rivers right
85
away and let him
throwing
take his
power,
lumps. But what if Rivers
and
hadn't held
71
out? As
accuracy.
things went, Rivers wasn't ready.
Interesting.
Brees felt the pressure.
By
and took his play to
comparison,
another
Matt
level.
Leinart has
Essentially,
come in as
that's
a
what the
rookie,
pick of Rivers did.
rated
He gave him a
higher
starter
than
for the
Aaron
future
Rodgers
that they
and
could be
Alex Smith
patient
are,
with, and turns
is
their
Matt
current
Leinart.
starter into a Pro Bowler. And I could go on and on with other
78
examples,
awareness.
but Rivers was a pretty good pick.
90 and 89.
Thanks for calling in.
So Vince Young does not receive love here, huh? They did not give him. All right,
On the
halfback
hook with us right
situation.
now,
Reggie
head coach
Bush
Jack Del Rio.
comes
Coach,
in
it's
as
always
an
great to catch up with you
86
again.
overall.
Good to be here.
I know you're busy
96
taking care of all
speed,
kinds of
62
things with the team, but thanks for giving
awareness.
us a few minutes of your time.
Oh, my
His
pleasure,
physical
Tony.
ability, his
It's
ability
training
to
camp
catch the
season.
ball
A
that
lot
we
of your
all know
guys have
about.
already reported.
His
So,
carry,
how
his
do you
break
like to run
tackle is
things? Anything
sub 80.
special you look to accomplish?
Well, we try to go to
Interesting.
camp and get the
Rich
necessary
from
work in.
Tennessee,
It's always
right?
going to
Yes,
be
from
physical. It's
Tennessee.
always going to be
Fifth round
tough.
draft
But we
pick.
want to keep an eye on being fresh for
So
the
it's
opener.
also sort
So
by
I hear you run a tough
rookies.
camp down there.
Who's
I hear you
obviously
and Tom Coughlin run two of the most
Reggie
difficult.
Bush.
You
He's
know,
gonna be right there.
training
He
camp
goes
is
to
tough.
the Raiders.
It's
I didn't
demanding,
notice
so
that until just now.
there has to be structure.
The next best
And, you're
rookie,
building a
D'Angelo
team.
Williams,
And
who we
so
know
there's a
goes
lot
to
of
the
discipline.
Panthers.
There's a lot of punctuality
Raiders
that's
in
expected.
85.
Very demanding of the guys.
Williams
So,
was
what do you look to
taken
learn? What's the overall goal of your
first
training
round,
camp?
top
Really
15.
to build the team, find out who fits, find out which guys have made
Just
the
looking for a
commitment,
rookie tag. There's a few
have come
rookie
in
tags
shape,
here.
and are ready to make an impact for our squad to be successful.
Top pick.
Thanks again to head coach
Fourth
Jack Del
round.
Rio, who joins us on the Tony
So,
Bruno Show. Any
same
thoughts on what you
overall
might like
as
to
a
do when you
fourth
decided to
rounder.
hang him up?
No, maybe
And again, this like
maybe get
sub
up there with
90
John in
speed.
the booth.
Any coaches
Right.
in particular
The carry,
that
the
you'd
break
say that had a
tackle.
big impact on you or your coaching style?
Okay.
Quite a few
Interesting.
coaches have
first
had an
rounder,
impact
so
on me, I think.
Allie
Tony
here is
Dungy,
apparently
Brian
a
Billick,
draft steal
Denny Green,
as a
bunch
fourth
of
round,
guys
late
that I've
fourth round
played
pick.
for or coached under
That's
that
equal
have had
to
a big
that of
impact on
first
me.
rounders.
And
So
there you
it's
have
not
it,
all
head
just by
coach Jack
overall.
Del Rio. We'd like to thank you once again,
Courtney
Coach,
Lewis
for giving us a
here
call
as
here on the
second
Tony Bruno
rounder.
Show.
Thanks for having me, Tony.
Great opportunity to talk to one of the
DJ
up-and-coming
Daniels is a
coaches in the
fourth
league today.
rounder.
Generally considered
Some
one of the
78s.
best defensive-minded head
Could be
coaches. And he's
interesting
really
in terms of
a guy who
picks.
cut his teeth working under
How
some of
about
the
wide
best
receivers?
coaches in
What
the
do the
league
top
while he
rookie
came
wide
up through the
receivers
ranks.
look like?
That'll do it for this week's edition of Coach
Still
Call of the Week.
scrolling. First one, Mike Hass is a 79. 79 rookie. 80 catch.
And we have an important story to share with everyone.
Dave Anderson.
Deion
round pick,
Branch is
78
reportedly
overall.
skipping out on most of training
Greg
camp so he can
Lee.
play basketball. That's right.
Sixth round
You heard
pick.
me right. Basketball.
So those
Not
are your wide
NBA,
receivers
of course,
right now. We're
but
not even looking
semi-pro.
at anything else
Hello.
yet. Training camp continue. Schedule continue. Team schedule preseason, and we'll go to the chat and check the chat while we simulate here. So what does the chat have to say? It's hard to hear with the Tony Bruno show. Oh, thank you. I keep telling Tony Bruno to shut the hell up. And saving. Thank you for telling me. Good Lord. He does not shut the fuck up. I'm going to turn on some of my TV volume. I don't want like an echo, but it helps tell me what's going on here. And live from Shut the Hell Up.
Coming to you live from Redwood Shores.
Shut
It's the EA Radio Show with your host, Tony.
Up. Thank you for telling me. I just play with the audio off because I'm accustomed to saving these settings that it doesn't save. That's what's frustrating about 05, 06, 07, all that, is every time I turn the music off, I click in the settings, like straight up the music off, I turn the game on, and then it's like blaring the music, and I have to worry about copyright stuff. It's like, did you want to save that you're muting our music? Sure. All right. We're not going to save that part. We're going to go back to full volume. Tony Bruno show, to me, the Tony Bruno show is like a microcosm of EA. It's interesting. They had content. And it's as shallow as the kiddie pool. Like, what? You get bored and have general repetition and nothing to listen to before the first season is over? And it's there year after year after year? Like, I don't remember how long it takes before it just becomes repetitive and nonsense. Like, absolutely worthless. As opposed to adding more tracks. And then there's, like, disk space and, like, how much recording they did. But it's just like, we added a thing. I'm sure you're going to like it for about half an hour or so. We spent all this money in contracting and booth time and all that stuff so you can enjoy it for like 30 minutes or an hour or whatever it is in your gameplay. That you're going to play this game for the next year. I don't know. And then Tony Bruno had an interview. I want to say he had an interview. Maybe it was just Soft Drink TV was reading from like an interview on Rolling Stone or something. I don't know. But someone was talking about, and I thought it was Soft Drink TV, but I could be wrong here, talking about Tony Bruno or with Tony Bruno or whatever, about how he was basically brought on for a 3-year contract, did his recording stuff, and then he was done. Right? It wasn't even extended and added in 08, 9. Like, they kept releasing the game on the PlayStation 2 all the way to, like, Madden 12, right? There's no 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, like 5 years of games. Could have been doing stuff. They could have... I mean, for how highly the community ranks the Tony Bruno show, how they could have continued to incorporate that into the Xbox 360 version. There's so many things that they could have done for depth to give us choices. Like, one of the... big ideas that EA Tiburon had with 06 on the 360 was allegedly to have different radio broadcasters from the real teams, instead of necessarily just having like Al Michaels and John Madden or whatever. And that's why you have like EA Radio brings us live from wherever, and it's just the same generic voice guy. Is allegedly in the Xbox 360 06 they wanted to hire the different radio broadcast guys, like the Philadelphia guy, the Vikings, 49ers, Greg Papa for the Raiders, like all that stuff. They wanted to bring those guys in and do stuff, but it was very costly and very ambitious or whatever. And it's like, you can give credit to the ambition and the ideas, but then the execution is bad. And you always have to think about the contracts and managing all that many people and having that many lines and stuff. But how great would it have been on 360 if you literally had touchdown Raiders from Greg Papa and all that, and having the Vikings guy have a complete meltdown and so forth. There would have been some really great opportunities there to have these different personalities. Not on screen, but you know what I mean. But in typical EA fashion, they just let it all down. Lots of good ideas not implemented well, not developed, very shallow end of the kiddie pool. Since you're relatively new here, KC Classic 7, one that I will point out, hey, we've got Broncos Washington Super Bowl, is Madden 09 had rewind. And I don't care about rewinding the play, but along with rewind, they had Chris Collinsworth break down the play. He explained what happened. He shows you the offensive play. He shows you the defensive play. And then he makes like a little bit of a criticism of what you could have done better. And it's not completely right. But I've talked about it on my channel. And I talked to EA when I went to EA for Madden 11 Community Day when I was invited. I talked to Ian and all them, and I'm like, you had this in the game. How great would this presentation have been if you'd taken this feature in Madden 09, where Chris Collinsworth breaks down the play, and you actually incorporate that as part of your replay system, like they do in real life TV, where they circle a player, you know, with a little pin or whatever on the telestrator. And, like, if you look here, and, like, you've got a post here and a whatever there, and, like, he gets him, and, like, all the stuff that we see in real-life football, how great would it have, instead of being, like, here's how you fucked up, let's rewind the play and give you a second chance, if they use that as a positive thing, you know? If they're like, look at this touchdown, Jim, you know, the whole Tony Romo, check this out, Jim, look at this, Jim, you know? Like, check it out. We've got this. We've got a coverage over here. Like, if they actually did that and, like, broke down your touchdown play, and there's a broken coverage over here or whatever. Like, he zipped it in. He really saw it. Like, if they used it in a positive spin and they broke down your touchdowns, look at this matchup of this coverage of whatever. Like, if they really used that presentation that they physically developed in 09, but made it positive, or even broke down interceptions and all that stuff, but not like, we're going to rewind it so you can play it again, but just made it part of the broadcast, how much people would have loved it? But instead, most people turned that shit off. How many people didn't even ever see it? Or they only saw it, and, like, it gives you, like, bad juju vibes. Like, yeah, I know I fucked up. Like, we're going to teach you how you fucked up so you can fuck up less often. Instead of, like, rewarding you, like, what a great touchdown. You saw, like, there was a split in the cover 2 seam, and you hit the tight end over the middle or whatever, and, like, you, like, feel like a pat on the back, and you love the presentation. Instead, it's just kind of crapping on you and telling you how you were dumb. So, like, it also leaves the audience feeling bad, and it's just, like, in typical EA fashion, it's like, yeah, you're right. Fuck it. It's gone. Import draft class. I almost skipped it. Because you all, like, Eric will always skip it. The 06 draft class. And KC Classic says, yeah, remembers that. Retro Rewind says, still live, exclamation point. Absolutely. I had a nap, Retro Rewind. As I told you, got home with the wife and taking care of the cats and the vet and everything. Made like a impromptu sandwich for lunch for her and I, and laid down for a nap. Next thing I knew, it was like, it went from like 4:30 or 5 p.m., whatever time it was we got home and did that. Maybe 5 p.m. and then it was like 7 or 7:30, and I'm like, shit. And then got up and then got live not too long after that. All right, Asuka. We went from 85 mil to 100 mil, Asuka. If you're still here, we've gone up like 15 mil in revenue. So, KC Classic 7, we're tracking revenue because that also has to do with player salaries and other issues of like how much cap space and things that you have. And also it has to do with like the expenses and everything else. So in owner mode, we are set to advertising 6.65. I did not do any advertising. I did not set anything. The computer must have done that for us on our behalf. This whole owner mode balance sheet like means nothing. I'm just in full sim, and whether I do something or don't do something, it's a waste of time. Like, I'm not changing the price of parking and hot dogs and stuff. It's just enough. Like Madden 04, owner mode. I can change the price of t-shirts and foam fingers and hot dogs, and then no one cares, bro. No one really cares. It's like cute for 30 seconds when you put it on and go, hey, that's a thing. So anyway, right? Dom Capers has retired from the Texans, Asuka. Dom Capers is retired. What are you going to do? I guess he's got to go coach the Packers to a Super Bowl run. That's what we saw in Madden 04. Dom Capers took over from the Texans and took over the Packers. Maybe golf is my game. And again, the double period. The double period. I'd love to see Asuka's commentary. Maybe golf is my game. I guess you can't fuck up defense on golf, right? Do you want to advance? Sure. Schedule. Retired players. Oh, a career-ending injury for Jeremy Shockey. Ouch. All right, let's go to signed draft picks. Retro Rewind says, in the new Madden, when you skip the halftime show, they shit on you. How so? Like the commentary? Kind of like talk shit about you for skipping the halftime show? Or what do you mean? You gotta tell me. It's like, we skipped your crappy presentation and now you're gonna like trash on me for skipping your crappy presentation that's forgettable? We put so much effort. No, you didn't. Signed draft picks. Draft grades. Breakdown. Recap. Recap is what we want. All right. Chris Lee. What? Maybe what happened was my Class 05 is my old roster file? Maybe Class 0 and then Class 1 was supposed to be my other file, so now I've got 2 Vince Youngs. Could that be it? When I clicked import, 05 was the first save, and then Class 1 replaced it, so now we've got double Vince Youngs. We got Vince Young and Vince Young's brother, the other Vince Young. Yeah, you say, like, how dare you skip us? You gotta tell me what they say, man. You gotta record it, Retro. Put that on your channel. Record it so we can see it. That would be awesome. So we're gonna have a world with double Vince Youngs, and then we have Marcus Vick, without legal problems and all that stuff. Lindell White, Ainge. This is a version of Devin Hester. Is that a Devin Hester? Yeah. But Madden 06, yeah, this is before the 2006 season. This is a year before, so it makes sense Devin Hester is coming out. Okay, Brian Braum. I wonder how many double players we're going to get because of the situation. And I wonder what the second Vince Young... We can compare Vince Youngs, folks. We can compare Vince Youngs. We can see which Vince Young is the better Vince Young. And Michael says, Ayo! Ayo, Michael, it's great to have you here. It's great to get the gang back together the most we can. Signing draft picks. So maybe that 05 class was the old file, and the class 1 was the file I meant to load. Okay, rosters, progression, view, all NFL, speed, quarterback, Michael Vick, Marcus Vick goes to the 49ers. So the younger brother, Marcus Vick. Now we've got rookie Vince Young. Rookie Vince Young. Where's the other Young? I don't even see another Young. Wow. Doesn't even have a job. So, 72 overall. Nobody is going to pay him yet. I mean, it's like there's free agency and all that. 87 throwing power, 71 throwing accuracy, 61 awareness. Decides to declare for the draft early. Other Vince Young stays and wins the Heisman Trophy and is an 84 overall. That's the choice, to stay one more year and win a Heisman. And so what? 89.75? 89.75, so a little bit more throw power, a little bit more accuracy. 61 awareness, 82 speed. 61 awareness, 76 awareness, 82 speed, 87 speed. That's kind of crazy, folks. 23 years of age. And 24 years of age? How? How is he two different? He should be a clone of himself. Because just because he comes out a year earlier doesn't mean he should be a different age. How does the game determine their age? Right? Like, well, this one's the rookie. And no, but this one, like, does the game not understand that maybe he came out as a junior or something? They should both be the same age. He should have been... That's weird, folks. That's so weird. Also, by the way, the Raiders just passively have Vince Young and Reggie Bush, huh? That's really weird and interesting. Reggie Bush only went up 1 overall point. D'Angelo Williams was there. Very interesting. The stark difference. Start new season. Michael in the comments, races up, you got a top 5, think, or top 10. Michael, apparently my car's been doing well, hasn't it? You still haven't explained to me how the progression works, because you told me earlier on in the races that my car was like a bottom 30 in speed, and then it suddenly starts doing better and better. So I don't know what the progression system is like, getting money, improving. I don't know anything about racing, Michael. You're going to have to be my expert for me. But each time you keep coming in, you talk about, like, getting in the top 10s, maybe even the top 5s, which sounds awesome. Do we know, like, what's behind that? Is the car better now? Is it the driver progression? Something about that you're going to have to tell me. You said it's 90 to 100 for every car, and you finally got good pit stops. Okay. That's a good explanation of what's going on. So we move on. Oh my goodness, we're going to have to cancel my team info. You know what the issue is, right? We're going to have to save here. Franchise number 1. I don't care whatever the franchise was. Save over it. The Vince Young drafted by the Raiders aligns closer to the Vince Young for the franchise sim. Exactly. Michael says it was cautions that strikes and killed a ton of guys ahead of you in point. Okay, so like other guys got killed and I just took advantage of it. Okay, interesting. And yeah, back to KC Classics. Yeah, it's a lot closer to the real life one. Like, I'm glad the fact that he was a top draft pick when he stayed and won the Heisman Trophy in that year versus the other. So the college storyline, we can also see the difference, right? So another inside joke on our channel is we were playing Madden 03. And in Madden 03, the roster on the disc gave Charlie Batch of the Steelers number 9, not number 16. Because his full number had not been officially decided yet. And we saw Cordell Stewart get hurt. And number 9 came in. We're like, who the hell is number 9? And apparently it was Batch. What the fuck? What the fuck? 4 punters. Wow. I was just going to have fun and change Charlie Batch's number to 9 for the inside joke on the channel. 3 centers. 4 punters. How acquired? Trade with 49ers. Like, have to assume Chris Gardocki was hurt and the video game made a trade. 4th round punter pick And fourth... I mean, do you want a reason? This is just like a side thing. Do you want a reason to not do Madden 06? You just randomly get the stupidest. Oh, for a second I thought I saw a wall of punters for another team. So it's just randomly the Steelers and occasionally another team. So it's not all the whole league, but my God. The Steelers, the team we're taking care of, has just decided to drop 4th round picks on punters. Multiple 4th round picks on punters. Okay, cool. So we're going to check the imported draft classes. If it's Class 05 or Class 1 is the most correct class that was intended. Because I don't know why there was double Vince Young. Unless that Class 05 that I clicked on is one of my old saves. And Michael says, you're 25th right now in points. Without the points updated for the race. But next is Atlanta, so be ready for whatever happens next. Yeah, keep me updated, Michael. I always appreciate when you come by and keep us updated with it. I watch the videos just for the fun and the entertainment, at 2 times speed, as I say. I support those that support me and vice versa. So, much love with that. Glad to be a part of it. Glad to know that I'm not just in last place over and over. If that makes sense. Simulate the season and our 4 punters, apparently. It says, I got you with it, man. The audio is screwed up for that race. Okay. Retro says, what game are you doing? Yeah, he's doing, the NASCAR. He's doing Race for the Cup or whatever it's called, but the 2003 version. He's got their little cool camera angles that he switches around between and everything. Wow, look, the Punter City, they're going to make sure they win these games by pinning teams deep. With 4 punters, they're keeping a fresh rotation. That's why we're like 4-1. Because first quarter, you're going to get 1 punter. Second quarter, another punter. Third quarter, believe it or not, another punter. Fourth quarter, completely different punter. And they don't know where it's like the ball's going to land. And that's the secret sauce, folks. The 4 punters, that's why we're 6-1. The Chin knows something the rest of the league doesn't know. He's ahead of the curve. He's setting new standards. The league is going to be a copycat league. Before you know it, everyone is going to be doing 4 punters, folks. I mean, 8-1. The results speak for themselves. 4 punters is the future. 9-1. Who's going to disagree when you're 9-1? In fact, I'm sure our 1 loss is because maybe one of our punters was down, right? Maybe that's the issue. We were down a punter. Retro says, oh, I've dabbled in trying to make your own league, but couldn't figure it out. Michael says, Eves, if you want to join, it's in the description of the video. Yeah, check out Michael's channel, obviously with the same screen name. And he had his Discord. Again, I told Michael, like, the biggest thing is the Discord had way too many sub-channels and comments that even when I was muting things, like, new ones were getting opened. And I was, like, bombarded with notifications that it was, like, a little rough on me. I was trying to follow it, but it was just, it got too many, 7 new notifications. Like, what is this? Oh, a thing. Okay. A little too much, especially while I'm at work and trying to manage work notifications and WhatsApp messages and stuff. It was a little overwhelming. 12-4, folks. 12-4. The punting is the secret. You saw it here first. Chargers, Steelers. 30-7. But how was our punting? That's what I want to know. Did we punt properly? I don't care about receiving. There it is, punting. That was the problem. Only Andy Lee punted. 6 punts by Andy Lee. That's where they screwed it up, man. You let Andy Lee punt it 6 times. Should have rotated punters. Falcons-Colts Super Bowl. Colts come away with the dub. Import draft class. So this is what we're going to check. So these are all labeled as 2022. Oh, that is the issue. That's the issue. It renamed itself Class 1. So these are the classes we were working on today. And I uploaded the old one. Okay, it's fine. We still had fun comparing Vince Young's. Right? It kind of messes things up. I need to delete some stuff. But it's all about testing. And in the end, we had a little bit of fun seeing Vince Young come out early versus Vince Young staying and winning the Heisman, and the dramatic differences it makes in the players and their storylines as a player and the dynamic performance of players. And while Asuka has been away, I don't know if you're lurky turkey, but we are now at 119 mil. So that's a thing. What have we been, like 15 plus? Like, I think we started at 85 and then went to 100 and we're 119. So not only are we going like 15 plus, we're going like 19 plus now because we've had 2 draft classes. So this is our 3rd draft class. So we're somewhere in that range, right? I don't remember each year, but yeah, we're 119 mil. Right? Steve Mariucci retired from the Lions. Playoffs? Who said anything about playoffs? You're not even the Colts coach, and why are you doing that for Steve Mariucci? John Gruden retired from the Bucks. I'm not cut out to be in the NFL. Sure, that's totally what he would say. Sure, that's totally what John Gruden would say. Okay, and then let's go to signed draft picks. All right, Michael's got his comments. Spending back-to-back 4th-round punters in back-to-back years is something Tired Me would do just trying to find games. Yeah. Michael says, I'm aware and my bad for it, but hopefully just me popping in every now and then. Oh, no, man. It's awesome to hear about it, Michael, and I watch the videos, bro. Like I said, I totally support it. Like, I've never been, like, a big NASCAR fan, but you're a cool dude, and it's something you're into, and Retro Rewind knows as well. I support him. I try to support as many people as I can that support me on my channel, sharing the love around, and I do watch them. I watch them at 2 times speed. I skip ahead. I like the camera changes and the angles and everything, and I'm not knowledgeable about racing. But I try to drop my comments, I try to drop my likes, I try to get the videos promoted, and I try to share the love, bro. That's what it's all about as a community. Sharing each other's interests. And then it says, gonna hop off for now and be ready for the next race. If you do amazing and somehow win a race, I'll sure to tell you firsthand via comment or live stream chat. Awesome, Michael. If you made it far enough for me to respond to that, thank you so much. It's always great to have you here, man. I look forward when you get back to your rants about football when football season kicks back in too. So, draft recap. All. As Baker, Jackson, Williams, Ted Ginn. Ted Ginn was like a highly rated player coming out of college, even though he ended up just being a return specialist and a deep threat receiver. Like a one-trick pony going over the top. Richard Whelan says, take care, Michael. Take care. Fantastic. Chad Henne School of Throw Good. It's another inside meme. Adrian Peterson out of Oklahoma, top 10. Right? John David Booty out of USC becomes a top 15 pick. Eddie Royal, the wide receiver. Interesting. We'll start the new season, and then we'll check out the Vince Youngs. It's not all about Vince Young right now, but it's one to follow. How's the 72 doing? Did he sign to another team? Did he get a shot? How's the Raider version doing? It's a little bit of fun on the side. So maybe I'm just repeating to myself to fill dead air, but the bigger goals here of this testing right now is, I don't want to invest days, weeks, months recording videos and messing with sliders and building a franchise just to find it all crumble away because of bad simulation, right? I don't want to sit there and go, oh, we got 16 weeks and and this playoff and we're going to draft this guy and do all that just to find that the league just is trash in a few seasons. Right? That's one of the things that I'm concerned about. And Madden 04 has been the most solid, long-term plan situation here. Let's go speed of quarterbacks. Seneca Wallace is here, and I do not see... There's Tony Romo. I do not see a Vince Young in free agency. So here's this Vince Young. And how's our other Vince Young doing with the Jets? 71 overall. Same player, and his throwing accuracy has dropped. Right? And hasn't had much of an opportunity. Like the sad season, and then the 85 overall from 81 or whatever. So 2,200 yards, more interceptions. Okay, interesting. Training camp. Schedule. So yeah, Retro says that makes sense. Yeah, it's why am I going to invest week after week like I did in Madden 02? If we know this was going to happen. I invested in Madden 02. It was a lot of fun. You could see what the players were. You could see the ups and the downs. I felt Madden 02 had more balance. It had problems. It overdrafted defensive ends. But we got 7 years into the Niner franchise, and it was still an interesting franchise to run. But Retro Rewind, I'm assuming you watched the Dynasty video of 08, the 30 years, and just how 08 deteriorated. I don't remember. I'm sorry if my brain is fried. Asuka Denny and I were definitely having the conversation while Jeffrey was in a... How much were you in on that conversation where it's just you saw how the league just self-obliterated in Madden 08, just exposing more of how overrated 08 actually is as a game. The stuff that Soft Drink TV won't talk about, that's for sure. He's more worried about playing Barbie dress up and changing the way stadiums look and doing creative teams than the fact that the league just obliterates itself and has $1 billion of shared revenue or whatever, and there's no semblance of inflation of player contracts or anything, and the progression is all just a shithole, and it's just the same teams in the Super Bowl over and over again. As Dynasty pointed out, if you can survive the first 2 or 3 years of the simulation, I think he was year 4, year 5, where he's making Super Bowl runs almost every season, and it's just hire all the best players because you've got the cap space to do it because the cap keeps going up, but the players' salaries don't demand it. So you just pay more than everybody else, and you just sign all the best players, and then you make the best team out of free agency because you just pay everyone. And other teams don't just keep their stars. There's no salary cap, no true cap casualties. Because other teams don't have the cap as well. They just let guys walk to free agency for whatever reason. And you just keep building this super team. And we've also discovered one of the reasons we're doing this is that the halfbacks and the wide receivers suck. Like year after year after year, the wide receivers and the halfbacks suck. So you really, really have to just pay the veterans for as many years as you can. But it's just like a bleak future in 08. Franchise himself in this 6-hour video talks about at some point, maybe multiple points, because I didn't watch it from the very beginning to the very end, but Franchise himself talks about, he's like, stick to 04 or whatever if you're a sim head. And he seems to be absolutely right. Not that I didn't think he was. But if you're looking for like long-term sim experience, we're at least trying to look at 06, because I know my draft class is important in this game. And I said it earlier in the stream, but I just had this false memory or what? That I was able to get 03 to import draft classes, because I recall Carson Palmer not being a top pick, and that bothering me a bit. I recall like the Troy Polamalu thing. Like, I could have sworn maybe there's also something wrong with my hard drive on my Xbox. That it was working. It was just 04 that was the known problem. But 04 and 05 not importing draft classes bothers me. 11-5, folks. How are the Steelers going to blow the Super Bowl run here? Colts, Steelers. Hey, they're going to go to the championship game, folks. Denny's got to be happy. Packers are nowhere to be seen in sight, by the way. And Asuka has been gone. I don't know if Asuka said goodnight and I missed it. Maybe Asuka just fell asleep. There you go. There's your situation. Aaron Rodgers didn't even get a chance. This, folks, Asuka, if you're watching on the replay, Denny, anyone, everyone watching live, this is also right here. This is why Madden 07 had player roles. The QB of the future, rising star, first round pick, all those player roles that Josh Lumen put in for Madden 07, this is why. Because, to my understanding from the man's mouth himself from memory, is you have these situations where the computer has this top round pick with talent, ready to go, signed up, paying a lot of money, set up, just needs a chance to progress or do whatever. And the game will just like, oh no, I'm going to hire this guy and you're going to... I think this game also doesn't have position battles or whatever. I don't know if that was new to 07 or 08. I think it was new to 07, but it could have been 08, the position battles. But Roger's like, oh, you're not starting? You're going to sit behind whoever? Our progression system is not going to allow you to develop. You're not going to do anything. You're not even going to have 100 attempts. You're just stuck as the career backup to Brian Greasy. And fuck you. Right? And so the attempt in 07 to try to circumvent that or get around it or whatever is supposed to be an improvement of 07. So you get at least a little bit more reasonable and respectable franchise run where the guys have an opportunity to try to do something. So, Steelers Broncos. Steelers don't go Super Bowl. 20-6. 2 field goals. Well, we've had like Colts and other teams. We haven't checked the regression of like losing games, because that's the other problem. KC Classic, anyone else watching this, is in the Franchise video. It showed that if you do not have a winning season or whatever, then everyone on your team just gets hit with regression. Right? We did 05, 06, 07, right? So we're on 08. It's like, oh, you were not a super team? Your young players are now just not going to develop. Your veterans are going to get worse. Like, your team sucks. Like, you lost games, which means your team sucks. You can't just, like, get better. Right? You can't develop young talent or whatever. And your veterans suck. And it was just, so you end up with this death spiral of like the bad teams get worse and the good teams get better. And then you get this massive differential and there's no parity in the league. And now we went from 119 to 138 mil, so like almost 20 mil of shared revenue. Player salaries are about equal to the NFL shared revenue right now. Apparently we're not even dealing with staffing, I guess. Comments. Wow, lots of great comments. Love it. I gotta read through them. I wasn't ignoring them. I just was going through the sim and talking. Retro Rewind Sports says 49ers Madden 02 franchise stays undefeated. It's been really good. Retro says then, yes, I did. It was a great video, but the entire engine is just not it for the league logic. Absolutely. Don't let soft drink hear that. Yes. That's the constant theme, right? Yeah, Retro Rewinds, Madden 08 has the deepest franchise. And then the KC Classic laugh emojis. And then Madden 03 and 02 seem to hold up. Yeah, Madden 03 doesn't hold up in terms of on-the-field gameplay. But it holds up in franchise mode for simulation. That's why we think 04 might be that's it. In long-time franchise, yes. Retro says, was a problem in all of the PS4 Maddens until 23 when they added player tags such as mentor and all of that, day one starter, and so forth. Exactly. Just the same problems creeping back up over and over again. Draft recap. All. Mario Williams. No, it's not Mario Williams. It says Williams. I saw an M-shaped thing. It's a W. W. Williams, outside linebacker. Never mind. The Lattimore Scott. Freeman at quarterback. Ryan Clady. Pro Bowl tackle for the Broncos. Boise State starter. You know how many of these guys I've never even heard of? But they're real-life players that have their own alternate history now. How many of these guys I've never even heard of? And there's like Curtis Painter, right? It's interesting too, like players that are like real-life names, real-life players, that have alternate histories, and now they're like top draft picks. They have their own story, where the real life players not. Right? Start new season. And then Retro says, like you would see the Bengals get a top 5 pick in Joe Burrow's rookie season, and then they would use that pick to draft a stud QB who would rot on the bench. Vice versa, would they and you've already told me the answer, Retro, I know. Would drafting that pick cause Joe Burrow to rot on the bench? Either way, it's like, what are you doing? It's a classic Madden problem that they tried to solve in 07. It's a Madden problem they tried to solve like in Madden 14. Like, it's also the real life thing of the Cardinals draft Josh Rosen, right? And then immediately follow that up by getting Kyler Murray and cutting bait with Rosen. It does happen in real life, but it's incredibly rare and it's a big deal when it happens. Right? As opposed to the Madden version of you're like, oh, look, EA Madden game doing some dumb shit. Like, oh, is it Tuesday again? Retro then adds, still pissed I lost my Madden 25 Xbox One version. Still enjoy it on the 360. Yes, I can imagine that. I'm really glad I've got my 360 version as well. Sorry that you lost your Xbox One version. I don't know how you lost it. Like, you can't find the disc. You sold it. I don't know what. That definitely sucks, bro. KC Classic 7 says, yep, I definitely remember this. Teams would draft QBs who didn't need them, while other teams would have career backups starting. Yes. So this is definitely a difference with 06 and 07. And here, you can't blame 06 for not being 07. Right? It seems like an obvious statement, but it's like, we can blame the Xbox 360 version of like what EA produced for not being at the same quality as the PlayStation 2. Right? Phil Frazier of EA themselves said that they wish they had found a way to functionally import and get the PS2 version working on the 360 and then just update the graphics and build from there. Like, he admits, like, at least when we talk to him, like, we wish we could have done that, like, but we can't go back and change history or whatever. Which I still also made the comments, like, what's stopping you now? Like, really, honestly, what's stopping you guys? Like, back when I was, we were having... I've told the story in different ways, but it's like, we flew in on Wednesday, so showed up Wednesday afternoon in Orlando, and met with the guys, like, it was like 4 p.m., 4:30, whatever, when I arrived at the hotel, and some people were ahead of me and some people came behind me, but it was around that time, met Josh Lumen and others, and then we eventually at some point got to dinner, and we were having dinner at the Sheraton Hotel, and that was one of the things before even the first day going to the studio, around the dinner table talk is like, saying like, we wish we could have imported the game, and I'm like, to some extent, what's stopping you from doing that, right? Like, and when we look at taking the Xbox 360, which I have soft modded, you can install the PS2 games, you can play them, but their frame rate's really bad. And I still wonder, like, is it the emulator having a problem? What is causing the problem where the frame rate is so bad? Because if they're also upscaling the game to like only 720, not even 1080p, it feels like these games, the player detail, like if you put on the still frame images of the NCAA and the Madden games on the 360 with the upscaled higher definition, they look so beautiful. When you run these emulators like Retro Rewind Sports and others do, these emulators on the PC, and you run them in 1080p, 4K, whatever these channels are, the games look so gorgeous. Just upscaled. Because I'm only getting this to run 480 into forced HD with my component cables, and the Xbox has the ability to force into HD. But they look so beautiful and so fluid, and it's like, how much are they pushing the processing power of the machine? I know so little about computer coding and all of that to comment on it, but it just seems like they were pushing the envelope, that when you upscale and you're asking it to generate these textures at like 720p or 1080 or whatever and higher, that it really strains the systems. It seems like. Maybe I'm completely off on that, but that's my third-party perspective. And it's like, why couldn't you get these games running on there and then just make even higher definition textures and more detailed stadiums and add the player ratings and build off of this? Why did you have to build from scratch? Right? So I've gone on this side rant, rewind back to where I was. I said you can't blame 06 for not being 07. You can blame the 360 console generation of games for not being the PlayStation 2. That is fair. It's fair to say, like, hey, Madden 08, Madden 09 on the 360 doesn't live up to the quality of 07 on the PS2. I think that's totally fair. But if we're now here in 2025, obviously we are, if we're here in 2025 playing games, part of my point of all these streams that I've been doing recently is which game is truly worth our time, our investment, and our energy to play. 04 is worth it. KC Classic 7. Thank you. The 100% agree. KC Classic. On my channel, I've got a 7-year Madden 02 49ers franchise simming CPU versus CPU. As we go game by game, week by week, year by year, I continue to tune the slider settings and the simulation settings, and it gets better and better. And you can see some excellent gameplay. Not perfect, not flawless, but some excellent Madden 02 gameplay. Hopefully, you get a chance to check out the playlist. I save it on my channel as a playlist that's shared on like my front page. I started a 31 team technically because the expansion Texans weren't around. And then my Xbox crashed. I was running a simultaneous NCAA and Madden Dynasty franchise game by game run, and then the hard drive on my Xbox crashed. And then it took me a few months before I finally both saved the money and the time to have a guy repair it. And then we were back up here. And I've kind of abandoned that run because, well, there's a whole bunch of work that I put in that's lost because the files, like my save files, were gone. Like that I adjusted rosters and did all this stuff, and I'm like, okay, if my save file's gone, I'm just saying goodbye. But I use that as an opportunity on my channel to move forward. Because 02 isn't the best version, but it was like, it's always been my test. Like, what is the best version that's worth your time and my time to play in 2025? And Soft Drink TV will tell you it's 08, but Franchise showed to us all it isn't. Steelers win more games. Interesting. So we're just trying to see if 06 is worth it. Because as you've seen, we've been able to import draft classes. And at least on my Xbox, I cannot import NCAA 03, 04, and 05 into Madden. I've said it twice already. I think I could have. So I really am kind of anxious to see if there's a real hard drive issue for 03. But 04 is literally known. If you search the web, like original Xbox, you don't have to type original, but Xbox Madden 04 import NCAA draft classes, it is a known bug. And we did live on my channel. We couldn't get 05 to work either, but we got 06, 07, and 08 to import. But are they worth it? Steelers-Raiders classic matchup. Steelers go to another championship game. Will they get over the hump and go to the Super Bowl against the Broncos again, right? This is another issue. Why is it the same teams or whatever, right? And they again come up, but this time they come up a point short. In a home game, at least they have a much closer battle. And apparently Kevin Barlow is the Denver Broncos running back, huh? It is a Seahawks-Broncos Super Bowl. Pfft, how unrealistic. As if this would ever happen. Does it say what the year is? Year number 5 of Madden 06. So that's 05, so 2010. What an unrealistic matchup, right? Retro Rewind Sports. And the Seahawks get their victory. Let's go. So the double yay, huh? Import draft class. Yes. Yes. We should be on 8 now. Because we had the 5, the 6, the 7, the 8, right? Because obviously year number 1, it's based on the real life draft. There's nothing to import. Finally, the Hawks always get snubbed in my videos and streams. They do. Lots of teams do, huh? I wonder if you actually tracked which teams win the Super Bowl and how often. Maybe the Patriots might have the most. Who knows? He said also something you loved about the Niners franchise is that it was during the time that the Hawks played at the Husky Stadium. Yeah, did they actually get in year number 2 their stadium? I don't remember. If they actually, like, I think they have their stadium design in year number 2. And here we are. We go from 138 or whatever it was to 151.9. So like 12, 13 mil increase, right? We've never had to deal with staffing at all. Interesting. It's never even asked us. So yeah, this probably goes unsaid, but I'm just feeling dead air. Imagine we actually played these games out, right? We had the sliders adjusted, we had the right time, so you get the accurate 120 plays per game, offensive plays per game. It was all simulated. We spent these next months every day, like I did with Madden 02. Like every day I release, like at 4 p.m. another game, so there's always something to watch, right? We go game by game. And we're going multiple years of the game. We're going multiple weeks, months. And we're building up. And you look at it and you're just like, what the fuck does the league look like now? Like, do we even care? Do you just lose interest? So we're not just burning time on a league that we don't care about, right? Okay, so why is Ryan Clady here again? Did I reload the wrong... Did I double load it? Did I, like, load the wrong class? Did I grab the wrong class? Yeah, I mean, yeah, it's Ryan Clady, like, oh, fuck, did I grab the wrong class? I mean, in the end, it doesn't really matter, and it's interesting to see how they're drafted differently based on teams' needs. Let's get past the signings. Fuck. 5, 6, 7, 8. 4 years. I must have grabbed the wrong one. I mean, it doesn't really ruin it. But still. Because I haven't saved recently, like in checkups, I can't just back out and then reload it up. Well, actually, I could have put view rosters, right? Ryan Clady, rookie. 86, 89, all of that. So Ryan Clady, rookie, is doing better than other Ryan Clady? What happened to other Ryan Clady? Did they change positions? Did they move him to a tackle or something? Like to the right tackle? Did they move him to a guard? Did he have a career-ending injury as a rookie? What in the world? There's 2 young bloods at right tackle. Yeah. I'm just kind of worried, like, where did that happen? Reggie Youngblood. Rookie. Stuff I'm not going to remember because I know myself. Is there a better Youngblood up here that progressed? No, there isn't. Here's the other one. So he got worse? Age 23 Youngblood. Age 23. This is what doesn't make... Like, they're just getting generated different ages, right? So this Youngblood was drafted at age 22. And did he regress? Because he didn't play? 62 awareness. 65. 91.87. He like lost and gained, and they're just generating the ages for sure. They don't care at all. Reggie Youngblood. Reggie Youngblood, yeah. First round pick, number 22, College Miami. Second round pick, 11. Like, the draft logic behind it is a little weird. If I go to quarterbacks, this Vince Young, out of the old file, the incorrect file, means I took the 05 file, right, when it should have been class 1. The other Vince Young is out of the 06 file. Out of the 06 file, right? There should have been the 07 and the 08 file, right? The 05, the 06, the 07, and the 08 file. So I think I double loaded the 08 file, right? That's what happened. There's the 05, the 06, the 07, the 08, and then I doubled 08. That has to be what I've done. Right? Fine, we move forward. But it's very interesting, the draft logic. How one team has Youngblood or whatever as a top 15 pick, literally 11th pick or whatever it was. Whatever he was. And then the other draft class, based on needs and team or whatever, he falls to like a second round something. So there's also, even with my mistake, there is a degree of things we learn that you can have the exact same draft class, and based on team needs and everything, they don't just draft them almost equally the same. You can fall an entire round. So there's things we're learning in spite of the errors, right? While we have clones out there, I think the clones tell us a lot. Obviously, we've got to go for the 09 version, but does that mean we would have been done by now? Yeah, because the 4 years pro, and this is the 5th year pro, whatever, we would have, like, technically been done by now? Going to the next year? So I'm going to start this sim, and then it'll be like P break, P for the D, as Tom Grossi says. I hope it doesn't pause my simulation and tell me I need more fullbacks. Yeah, year one shouldn't have a draft class. Like, I guess they call it the off season of year one. So I was in the off season of year 5 and should have loaded the 5th draft class, I guess. Where my mental thought process was like, okay, year 1 is done. Now we're going to the off season. We're starting year number 2 because it's the off season. So I think that also just mentally threw me off and losing focus. But as I said, even in a mistake, there are learning opportunities and observations we can make in terms of draft order, team needs, how players develop. We can see the development process from one team to another. We can see what the Chargers version of the player does versus the other career arc, so we can see the impact on their success or failure as a team. The exact same player can have different career trajectories, and we can track exactly that. What happened to the other Ryan Clady, I don't know. Did he have a career-ending injury? Did they change his position? Because I literally couldn't see another Ryan Clady. So that's also interesting. All right. New records. Wild card Steelers. Steelers blow this run in the first round. Okay. Is this going to be more Broncos? Kind of is. Broncos are back to another championship game. Seahawks are back again. Colts, kind of the same teams-ish. Kind of the same Madden 08 problem. Just another reason why we might only spend tonight or whatever working on this stuff. Is 06 and all of this a waste of our time? Are we really stuck with 04? It's not really stuck with. 04 is goated for a reason, but there's a level of disappointment there. $164 million in shared revenue. All right. Now remember, one of these years, didn't Mark Sanchez like win the Heisman or whatever? Wasn't that final year? Isn't this the year that it should have been? Air quote. There he is. Seventh pick overall in the first round. So won the Heisman and was not even the top quarterback drafted. Yeah, I feel they just assign ages. I think there's certain information that the game doesn't even care about being a red-shirted player or not. Though here it makes sense, like being a redshirt senior at age 24. There's definitely a weirdness to it. And then we're going to start to get to the point where we're going to take a look again. What does the league look like? What are we, 6 years in now? With progressions, with player retirements, with the imported classes. What does the quality of the league look like? Yeah, P breaks all around, folks. So, maybe just for the sake of repeating retro, but yeah, we're kind of saying, hey, we're going to look at the rosters. We're going to continue simulating, and we're going to see also Madden-generated classes, like a combination of the real-life players. We're going to see Madden-generated players. We might go back to NCAA and import more classes. But just kind of look at the quality of the league over the course of these many years. The channel Secret Base. I forget the guy's name, and it's not disrespect to him, but like Kofi, who does these videos of his like alternate realities or whatever, and all these things of these sports games. He loves to play these games too. He does a really good job. The something verse, he says, I can't remember it right now, but he talks about, simulating 10 years or whatever into it, and then having all the players retire and having alternate realities, right, is a level of fun that he has in these PlayStation games. And that's also the advantage of the college game, is after 5 years, everyone's graduated, and everyone else is just completely made up, right? So let's go to schedule, get through that, rosters, view rosters. Well, first off, there's Big Ben, and apparently we needed to draft at the bottom of the first round a replacement for Big Ben, apparently. We needed to draft an 81 overall, even though we had an 87 overall. This is that classic let him rot, like 3 years ago. We needed that, apparently. At least he was picked up in free agency. So, the quarterbacks now. Culpepper still considered elite. I constantly say, in a young man's game, where is the young talent? Chad Henne and the Chad Henne School of Throwing Good. Chad Henne is considered a better quarterback than Big Ben. Okay. The Sanchez is an 86 with his fro. Vince Young is just stagnated. Right? Hasn't he been like perpetual like an 86 or an 84 or 81? I don't know. Like 4 years of being a pro. and what I can only assume is being the starter has just been absolutely stagnant in progression. Running backs, again, a young man's game. The top running backs are in their 30s generally. Oh, they've got an Adrian Peterson, 3 years pro. Nice. So probably backup with only so many attempts. Then given a chance to really start and gets a 1,300-year season as a 91. That's nice. Reggie Bush is generally stagnated as an 86 and doesn't become like an elite player. Though in real life he did not have an elite career. I think the expectations were far higher for him. But hey, it is what it is. The D'Angelo Williams is right there with D'Angelo Williams is right there with Bush. Keon Lattimore. It's not so bad, right? There's the double Keon Lattimore, right? There's the 2-year pro version at age 25. See, look at that. Okay, at least this one makes sense. Right? Lattimore at 2 years pro is the same age as Keon Lattimore, right? At least it makes sense that, you know, he comes out. It doesn't make sense, does it? Because if we double it up, if I double the class, he should be the same age. So he should be 1 year younger because I doubled up. Right? It's not like the Vince Young situation where he came out a year younger. They just invent the ages. That's what they do. Oh, you're 24 or you're 25. You came out when you were 23 or you came out when you were 24. Whatever. You're a 90, you're an 89. The progression obviously makes sense. They're different years in their career, a year apart. Cedric Benson came in the game like that. The wide receiver talent. Again, all the top players are like really old. Drew Bennett's a 92. Are you kidding me? Drew Bennett! There's no young elite talent. 8, 13. There's just no young talent out there. Kenny O'Neal is the top one as an 88. Yeah, the wide receiver talent is just not there. At least Heath Miller here. No, this is 06. That means Heath Miller was already existing. Eric Johnson's a 92. Zach Miller. Greg Olson. You got Greg Olson. Not enough time has passed to make a long-term judgment, but it doesn't look hopeful or any reason to be hopeful. There's a lot of comments, Retro. I'm not ignoring them. I just have my eyes on the screen. And yes. Okay, yeah, it said Kofi, yes, the fumble dimension. That's what it was. Thank you. Sadly, I think he's no longer with Secret Base. Probably not anymore, but I've still seen his content. Pretty sure Madden got rid of the draft class porting because it gave you a reason to not buy the next few years' games. I don't know. Like, to me, that's what EA was doing, was they were trying to, like, the conspiracy theory was that they tried to force you to want to buy the college game so you'd buy both football games by giving you shittier draft classes. That's what I still feel is the case here. At least on the PS2 era, the business model was give you shittier draft classes and encourage you to buy both video games and spend more money on EA products so you could get the real player names that you put the time into, and you feel like your league is more realistic, and like punishing you for not buying the games. So I don't know. Maybe it's also an alternate business model. Retro says, next year import one of the early classes just to test. See if they come in at age 27 or something. That will answer a question. That would be interesting. Full circle, cuz he ended his career on the Hawks. Yes. Greg Olson. Yes. Managing messages. WhatsApp. Took care of that. And then more messages. Jeffrey, the wild Jeffrey responded to me 45 minutes ago in that same chat we talked about. Wild Jeffrey says, I haven't messed around too much with 05, but it does sound a lot like 07 with the salary cap. Jeffrey continues saying, I'm pretty sure 06 would be like those, and it so far is. A big reason why I'm Jeffrey leaning towards 06 is because the CPU roster retention is a lot better, and there's a lot more variation of contracts than in 07, where players seem to hit free agency every 3 years in their career. I'm just going to reply to him, like, doing an 06 plus NCAA import stream now and not loving it for various reasons. Side note, simulated Steelers had 4 punters, traded for 1, and drafted 2 others in the 4th round in back-to-back seasons and kept them all. Not the game killer, but an observation. Alright, finish the sim, I noticed, so let's keep going before I get distracted. And the Broncos are not relevant anymore, but the Seahawks continue to be on the rise. It's not completely the same teams, but it is what it is. Seahawks get a 2nd Super Bowl trophy, so obviously in honor of you being here. We should do Class 1, the class that we never got to. Right? And then your Go Hawks. And then what's their roster looking like? Well, we can check it out. Wow, it's just spinning on this, isn't it? And 170 mil. At least it's keeping up with player salaries. You notice that? 170.6 mil, and the player salary is 171 point whatever mil. So at least that's a thing. Wow, it's a lot. Okay, of notifications. All right. Off-season schedule. Yes. Got to get through retired players. Ray Lewis, 91 overall at 37 instead of staying as a 99 overall. Rosters. He says, trade me. Cool. Sea Chickens. Hasselbeck. Pro Bowl. Alex Smith as his backup, apparently. So, Alex Smith, Super Bowl champion, baby. Multiple Super Bowl champion, Alex Smith. So, drafted fullback, Pro Bowler. 99 overall fullback, baby. Fullbacks are back, baby. Here are your wide receivers. They're all drafted. Well, Dallas, but like, these are imported draft class guys. Right? Not real life guys. I mean, they are real life, but you know what I mean. Not in the game's code. Not pre-established guys. Rookie here. Three corners? Well, yeah, there's the retirements and the other things, right? I see it. I'm going to get to it in just a second here. I'm finishing the comment to Wild Jeffrey, as I just did. There's DeBerkashaw Ferguson. There's the new Reggie Bush. Like, we just got the Matt Leinart, all the things that you asked for. The Greg Jennings. Yeah, you talk about the Sean Alexander retirement. Apparently 2 hours ago you uploaded the Saints and Packers. Interesting. I will add that to watch later. 2 hours ago Michael uploaded his thing. Save that to watch later. Alright. Notifications added to. Yeah, I think the game just assigns a generic age to them. I'm just getting generally turned off by this. Obviously, we're past midnight. I know other people have jobs and lives and things that they've got to get to, and they can't stay up all night. I totally get it, and I really appreciate those who are watching and watching on the playback. Obviously, I'm less tired because I slept for a long nap, and then also had my cup of coffee. And I don't work in the morning, so that's a thing as well. What about Tuesday? I love the fact that I don't have to keep track of the day so much. It's worth looking across the league now. So, here's that next issue as we get these years in. 33, 27, 42. Okay, 4.52 mil. 38, 43. Like, look at all the cap space. Some teams are actually paying their players. We're kind of all over the place. Like, barely have any space. And other teams are just not caring about paying their players. It's interesting to see it all over the place. You can see the salaries are generically going up. Just don't think the league has very much quality. Once these guys retire, once these guys are all done, like, look at the league. Like an 89, 5-year pro as our top wide receiver. Like, the dude's almost going to be 30 himself. Right? The quality of the league looks like trash. It feels like, other than just getting the player names, that there isn't much of a reason to care about going through the process of imported draft classes. Like, if you're playing the NCAA 06 out and you're interested in the guys you're using going to Madden, there's a value in that. I'm not going to disregard that. There truly is. As opposed to just generics, if you're playing the game and you're combining the stuff. But there's also, like, the who cares. And then, Retro, at some point you commented, would you ever be interested in calling on Discord again? I mean, I don't know why not. Also, I kind of feel, I'm not saying like this replaces it, but I mean, isn't that like the point? Chilling like that, having the voice conversations too. I've talked about Asuka, Denny, and others. Like, there's that feature where like the stream has the audio. I've got to get all that mixed in so that we could have commentary in my video of other people calling in. Right? I can't even remember the name of Corey's channel right now. But there was a guy named Corey who was doing Falcons franchise, and I called in on his. And you can actually see me in his live streams for 2 or 3 videos worth, commenting with him and helping him get better at 2K5. He got better on some defensive stuff, and he got better on some offensive stuff. And then he started having more fun with the game. And I'm really happy for him. That's another one of the, like, things that I just have as a personal goal is just help people have more fun with these games. God, I don't want to be negative, but fuck, this is so deflating. I'm not blaming Franchise's video, but it really opened my eyes to things that I never paid attention to because I never simulated that far in the future. I usually just played 08 or whatever and played with Larry Allen and the 49ers and had fun and had a few years in and threw to Vernon Davis and 4 or 5 years and do this and do that and then get distracted and do something else or want to play with another team, which is, I think EA's goal is just like, seriously, people are going to get burnt out after a few seasons and never get that far. I mean, like, they know that the average person wasn't going to get that far and they don't care about fixing the game, right? You're going to import a draft class here or there and you're going to tell your story and who's ever going to get to year 30, who's going to get to the year 12 or whatever in the game, I guess, right? Before you get burnt out and you want to go play Call of Duty or something, I guess. Like, not trying to apologize for them, but I think that's also what it feels like. But sitting there and watching the league deteriorate in front of your eyes and watching the exposure of how overrated the community puts some of these games. Like, I already knew that some of them were overrated. But now it's just like to degrees that I had no idea about. Richard says, yeah, I don't think EA thought anyone would go more than 5 seasons, let alone 30. Yeah, they're like, hey, here's thing. But the Madden 07 I've talked about on this video already and in the past. I think that the player traits, player weapons, whatever, not weapons, the player traits. Traits is not the right word either, right? What is it? Player roles. The roles at least help those 5 years or so be less likely to draft like Aaron Rodgers' replacement immediately. Right? Hey, the Seahawks actually lost in the playoffs. Not that I'm rooting against them, but like, try not to have the exact same teams over and over again. 49ers actually did something for the first time in this entire stream. Jets and Eagles with an Eagles Super Bowl victory. So we've got doubled up draft classes left and right, so it's like super unrealistic in that way. But who cares at this point? He said, it sucks that I don't have a next-gen console and understand it, but you would likely revolutionize these new games and push the limits farther than anyone could imagine. Well, I take that as a compliment. Thank you. I don't know how I would push them and revolutionize them. Don't know how I would at all, but I appreciate it. And now we've got the NFL revenue stream going about 12 mil over player salaries. And now that we're 12 million over player salaries, instead of matching in line, I think this is where it's going to continue to truly spiral out of control, isn't it? Truly spiral out of control. You know, I've never tried to push Madden 14 to its limits either. I just know on the surface level, I had a lot of fun scouting, drafting, trading, developing players in Madden 14 and running, 5 years or whatever. I've never tried to push Madden 14 to the envelope like this either. And I might find it's the same. I'm kind of scared about that. Not really scared, it's just exaggerating, but you know what I mean? Like, I have at least my illusion of how much I enjoy Madden 14. For playing week in and week out, game in and game out, year in and year out for a few years. And doing team development, right? Taking a team like the Jaguars and not being good and scouting well and drafting and developing and like turning into a playoff / Super Bowl team, whatever. But then after a while you get distracted and you just stop doing it. And like maybe it breaks down before we get to that point. So these are generated Madden 2006 classes. Either the computer made it or Josh Lumen or someone made these, I don't know. But here you are. Just feeling more cynical and more disillusioned about the desire to go long term. Even that 49ers franchise went 7 years, and you saw, like, in some ways I felt a little disillusioned as I turned a multiple Super Bowl winning year, and then I made trades and ended up getting the kid from Sacramento State who ended up becoming our starting quarterback and won the Super Bowl as a rookie. After that 7th year, and even I was like, okay, this is too much success. Way too much success. Because you can see who the players are, right? You can see their ratings. God, that was fun to play. It was fun to watch develop in real time. Game by game, week by week, on the field. All right, franchise, save, overwrite. So there obviously are position battles, so that's not an 07 thing. I talked about that earlier in this stream. They did whatever they did with Big Ben. Right? We don't have the million punters anymore. We're looking at the cap space. David Carr is the Broncos quarterback, huh? Just trying to figure out why they have very little cap space and other teams have a lot of cap space. A lot of these 99 fullbacks are these like elite fullbacks, no? Look at all these left tackles they have. Do they have any right tackles? So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, like 6 tackles. Like, okay, game. How acquired? Draft. Free agency. Draft. So they just keep taking tackles, right? In the same year? In the same fucking year? The 2011 draft? You went back to... Are you fucking kidding me? Are you fucking kidding me? You pick Matt Hardwick, then you pick Joey here, and after having an 84 with an 81 backup, you go in and then you spin the number 4 pick on an... Are you fucking kidding me? Like, I shouldn't get upset like that, but are you fucking kidding me? Yeah, and they're paying them so much money, and they still have $33 million cap space. Like, I don't care if you have one as the starting left and one as the starting right, and fucking having one of them play the center position or whatever. What? Where is the logic? Picking here and then going over again and then having that and then going again. I'm not ending the stream. I'm turning off the Xbox. Don't think like, oh, he just cut the stream. Where did he go? Golly. Fuck, I love my Xbox so much, though. Yeah, Rage Quits Live. It's just... Holy shit, does that just... kill it on so many levels, folks. System... memory... God, I have to turn the volume down a lot here on my TV. I hope it's not too loud here. I have so many game saves that I don't even have on my hard drive like games. Madden 02. See, it says like 49ers franchise, 31 team franchise, but the roster files are broken. Download, reload. 17 can just go away. Madden 04, I'm not going to touch anything here. Madden 05. Franchise 32. I don't even know what the replay is, if it works. Madden 06, the 49ers one, I don't even remember it. Just delete it. 907, whatever. Like a NASCAR file save. Football 06. Settings, rosters, profile. Draft class 05. Delete, yes. Draft class 08. Delete, clear it out. Draft class 1. Delete. Yes. Draft class 06. Delete. Yes. Draft class 07. Delete. Sure. Draft class 09. Delete. C. Dynasty sim test. Who even cares? Delete. Had the test draft class there. can delete that test draft class. You can see I tried these. They didn't load. Damn it. Like, you're breaking me, Madden. You're breaking me. You're breaking me, Madden. You're breaking me.
Hey, I'm Chris Berman. Coming up on ESPN. A great career at Oklahoma State.
I see the comments, Retro.
Sean Woods was the most. Raiders, 49ers. This ought to.
Yeah, they came. No one's ever heard of this.
Crowds of tailgates.
Guys, have you ever heard of 2K5? Have you heard of the legend of Darth Plagueis the Wise? Never heard of this game before. Bros, it's 2025. Can you imagine this hidden gem I discovered?
Janikowski boots the opening kickoff. Battle runs out for a touchback. The 49ers get their offense on the field and will start this drive at their own 20.
Did you know there were games other than Madden?
Will get.
Oh, the zone run. Yes, the classic zone run scheme being executed to perfection. You know, the zone run scheme where you step forward and back to block this guy, as opposed to double teaming here on your way here. You leave this guy unblocked off the backside. You zone step to the right. Like, you're technically considered uncovered. You help this guy as you double team to this linebacker. Or, you know, you do that. Right? You could even have the center queue here where you two are working up here, but you still two can work there, whatever. But here, this is what the center does. Not a takeover, not a climb to the linebacker, nothing. Instead of zone stepping here, any kind of scrape exchange or anything, it's that and then the instant release. Like, you got beat, whatever, but yeah, okay.
Second down.
2K, so realistic with the zone running game. Oh, wait, no. Every play is a piece of art that should be in the National Museum. Yeah, exactly, folks. And Ryan Moody. So let's go power running. At least the interactions are nice. Like, the real life interactions are nice. This is still so fucking stupid. Oh, this is zone running. Or at least trying to. And then this. Oh, fuck me. Alright, I'm going to block here. No, wait. I'm going to block here. No, wait. I'm going to block here. All within a matter of seconds, folks.
Rambles for about 5.
Kevin Barlow has some big numbers. 6'1", 238. This is one tough running back. There are plow horses out there envious of how much this guy can drag.
3rd down, 2 wideouts on the field.
Down!
Johnson goes in motion.
Black 44! Black 44!
Barlow carries it for a 3rd time in a row and takes it upfield. Breaks free.
I is the best runner. I is the best. Such good. Wow. Doge. Such good. You can smell the realism from here, can't you? But he did this. This shit was revolutionary. Fuck, you know how many minds were blown? Fuck, there were more minds blown than people jumped out of buildings in the Great Depression. Which is to say, not many people jumped out of buildings in the Great Depression. It was overblown. My God, people just lost their shit when they saw this. When you've got Madden 04, no, Madden 04. Yeah, you come from Madden 04 and you go to Madden 05 and you've got this. Right here, folks. This is why people needed to change their underwear in the year 2004. When they saw that animation, they just were not ready for that. It is pretty, of course, absolutely.
Kevin Barlow sticks close to the sidelines and racks up a bunch of yards.
Then he goes out of bounds well past the markers, I might add.
Yeah, he went for the whole enchilada on that play, and I'm not talking about those mini appetizer ones either.
What a run, Peter, and his numbers are adding up.
Adding up to one big number.
Up to now, he's got 31 yards on 3 carries. Look at last year's stats. Talk about a great season.
Good old useless fullback. Why have like a high-rated fullback? Definitely feel like they got an improvement at the fullback position.
And maybe picks up 1 on the play.
Look at these plays. Weak side run, counter to the weak, fullback toss, weak zone, strong inside shot. There's just no just straight up, just run the ball. Strong side. With a strong ride.
Walker goes in motion.
Comments. This game is pretty though, no joke. Yeah, like if you pull up a Madden 08 PS2 character model, it gets blown out of the water by 2K3. Yeah, absolutely. Visual Concepts got their visuals down pat. You know what's also nice is after I move the tight end, this game lets me then move the receiver. You can't do that in Madden.
It's up about 2, and that brings up 3rd down. Third down with the tight end.
Oh man, you want to see how useless the pass to A is going to be? Holy shit. Might be able to hit L, but A would be just a useless pass. I had to throw it to Y. I was like throwing Y right here. Like right after this little interaction, I pressed Y. I saw it, I read it, he got off of the like little like lock-in animation. Especially once you're real time. Got off it, I pushed Y and then I got sacked. So I need protection. 0 complaint. But this is also where the ball should be getting out of his hands, even if it's a float or whatever, but he clings onto it. This is so frustrating. Like, the ball should be leaving your hand. and you take the sack.
Jackson back at the 50.
I would rather have the ball straight up.
Send in three
might
guys. Everybody else is back
be
in
a
coverage,
fucked
and
up
they still
pass.
get their man. Nice play. Watch this. Well, it looks like 3 was all they needed.
Peter forced the loss of yardage on 3rd, and now they face a 4th and long. How do you rate that defensive performance?
How about A+? 2 thumbs up. 5 stars. It's all good, baby.
Down! Set!
Good. I don't even care about converting it, just watching the play develop. Good hit. I like it. Good to defense.
Danny Clark is sitting back in the zone, waiting for the pass, and then closes enough
Stay
to
with the
force the
nickel.
incompletion.
Stay
Nice
with
job.
A dicey call there, especially since they didn't make it.
Two-man.
They handed over some choice field position.
Yeah, Dan, a punt would have made a heck of a lot more sense to me right here. 4 receivers line up as the defense settles into the nickel package.
Zeraway gets it across the line and will gain close to 6.
With the right box.
Zeraway,
That's what
he's
you
a
should
real
do.
good back. 6th-year man out of West Virginia, and he's got some nice moves, too. He's the game's focal point most of the time, and if he gets on a roll here, watch out.
Second down from the shotgun.
Linebackers do that.
Porter goes in motion. Zeraway has his number called on 2nd down.
No defensive tackle presence. He's trying the best he can. Getting low, eating the double. Right? And then just doesn't make a move after it. This weird running in place. Oops.
And picks up the 1st down.
They're in hurry up. Okay.
Collins fires this one out of the middle, and the completion is good for 6.
Bryant Young was lined up on the ball, and the ref called him on it. That's a neutral zone infraction.
First and 5. Ball 33. Down! Set! Gray! 41!
Zeraway gets the handoff and heads left.
Nice.
No one in front of him.
Trying to do something with a defensive tackle instead. Nice movements. Trying to respect power running. Yeah, this is where we need to get the help. This is why we have this safety here. But he just kind of lets that happen. He just straight up beat us. Just straight up win. The way he slides around. Good job.
He stops at the 13. That will bring up 1st down. 1st down, just a single receiver on the field. Collins throws a bullet to the flat, and this one is incomplete.
Was the intended receiver. Down! Peterson with the cover.
Gets the call on 2nd down, and heads upfield. Stop at the 8.
Down! Set!
Collins unloads this
And
one.
no interception. You throw it right to my guy. You throw it to your lineman. Cool. Cool. The most realistic experience around. Awesome.
And it's caught for the score.
So embarrassing.
It looks like, yeah, we've had an injury down on the field. As soon as we hear
Wait,
anything,
hurt
we'll be
his
sure to
feelings?
pass the information along to you. Here's the point after, and it's good. The
Feels
ref
like that was
gets
the
the
game's
signal,
giant
and
like
we're
fuck you
set.
for going for our 4th drive.
Janikowski booms a beauty here.
And I'm like, I don't care.
Battle runs out for a touchback.
My battery low.
That's what I'm talking about, baby. That's good work out there, man.
All right, yeah.
Why is it not picking up the charge? There we go. That should be good. And again, they don't just have a regular strong side
49ers
run.
were stopped on 4th down last time out. We'll see what happens as they start this drive at their own 20-yard line.
Check, Gray, 17. Check, Gray, 17.
I hit L. Why didn't he even try to throw the ball? Like, I clicked L. He didn't even pull his hand back to throw the L. What the fuck?
15. Second down. 15.
We had single coverage outside, hit the back foot, press L, and nothing happened.
15 yards to go.
There, now I can throw it to B. Again, we're just singled up one-on-one.
This one is incomplete.
Don't care.
With the cover.
Buchanan kicks it away on the coverage, incomplete. That will bring up 4th down.
Philip Buchanan managed to disrupt things. He got in there and he smacked that pass away. Great D.
They've decided to go for it, and I got to tell you, unless they pull off a miracle here, they're really going to put their defense in a tough spot.
So the sliders are just absolutely fucking garbage out there. Like, a play action? I don't even see the play was called a play action in the playbook. Holy shit. Yeah, it's set to custom. Human blocking was set like that. There's nothing has been changed. Okay. It is called play action. Okay. Sure. Human catching is at 100%. I'm not expecting to complete those passes. Hey, finally they can catch one. I hate this 49ers playbook. It fucking sucks. People online in real life are like, if you go back to the old forum posts in the history, they're like, oh, the Niners have one of the best playbooks. Like, really? These plays suck ass. 50 wide drag, 90 wide speed rub out. All these fucking plays suck. I think what they liked was like the trips. No, even this one sucks. Is it this one? Spread. What is it that they liked? This one was broken. This was like the casual one where you would just... Yeah. Especially if they were man coverage, you just had like the entire half of the field gone. Like, this was just, like, the stupid play. You had Y, you had B. You just run across the middle of the field. Sometimes people just like, oh, I like this playbook because it has, like, 1 or 2 play in it. But it's really just a shithole. Like, if you're trying to run an actual offense, this playbook sucks ass. Like, where are your route combinations? Like, if we're just in bitch mode, where are your real life, like, where is Smash? Where is Levels? Where is Flood? Where is Scissors? Where are your plays? Right, 90Z speed under. Just L just running a post and whatever. 50X deep drag. Sure, there's just like a random B is running a corner. Cool. We're like maybe high-low with Conway and the Y button, the tight end. Like, where are the route combinations? What is the goal here? Where's the strong side run? 50Z roll away. Sure. What's the conflict defender? What's the read? What is the purpose? Right? This playbook sucks. And if you play online, like, you couldn't play with, like, the Patriots playbook with the 49ers team. Right? You were stuck with the Niners. Right? Where are the combinations? Where's Mills? Where's Scissors? Where's anything? Right? 3x1. You've got speed rub. Fine. What is 50Y drag even trying to do? Right? Like, you've got X and then, like, Y following it. Right? We've got an alert to L. We've got X to Y. Right, you drop back. X comes across first. We get killed. That's the other thing. Like, okay, well, it's good defense, and they delayed the timing of them. No, get off my ass. Eat my ass. Right? 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Pop up, ready to throw. Well, you see, they're pressuring, and they're getting, like, they're disrupting the timing of the passing play, and, you know, you need a proper left tackle. Kwame Harris moved to right tackle for a reason. So the Raiders got a good pass rush here. And, you know, that's what's the conflict defender? What are we really trying to accomplish here? That's all it is. And it's like, if I had a little bit of block, I'm getting out here. Like, I get it. I'm not blind. But what's the offensive scheme here? Like, what are we setting up? This is play action is trying to kind of scissors with X and B, but also throwing Y curling underneath it. Here's a 2x2 classic 2x2 combination, right? Single back doubles, right? So, do we have dagger with L and X? No, it's a quick slant 90 drop. Right? 50H speed out. Where's the conflict? There's a little bit of Y hooking underneath and then B going over the top of it, kind of. What are X and L doing here? There's the weak side roll away. You put the ball on the right hash. You're rolling to the field. You've got X and L at different depths. You've got all the routes going to one side. There's at least some concept here. 50 tight end clear corner. Like, you can understand they're kind of having some variation of smash, even though it's not a curl from B. At least you've got some kind of high-low with B and Y. You've got B going across the field with A going out to the flats. You kind of have a high-low with X and L. So you have, like, some semblance of some kind of a play. And yet, watch what A does as we go across the field. If we can even get the fucking pass off. And that's what you get. Well, it would be better if you had a quarterback who can execute. It's just this was so classic with this game. Tom Brady to Kevin Falk and Corey Dillon did this all the time. You're just like, whoop, just throwing it behind. It doesn't matter that I'm Tim Rattay and Kevin Barlow. That's completely irrelevant. Don't throw the bullet. Throw the lob. Tap the little lob out. So many times I've seen it like hit off their elbow or face mask or whatever. It's just so ugh. Like the only play that's like an actual concept, a variation of a concept, like okay, he's going across, so if he pulls the defender with him, you've got the flats open. You can read this cover 2, this high-low. Like, the defender stays here, which means you've got a gap on the field, and you launch it out there, and you catch it. Like, it's the closest thing to a scheme. Right? B is, like, the broken play, and 50 tight end corner clear is, like, one concept. God, I hate this playbook so much. Yeah, I would end up just playing with the New England Patriots playbook a lot because it at least had more concepts. God, I'm so tired of this game. It's a good game. Like, it is a good football game. But I'm so exhausted by it. I'm so spoiled for choice in the modern era with the playbooks and the options. And there is a level of like, I'd rather be playing Madden 04 right now. You know? I love 05. I don't want to shit on it. But it's simultaneously overrated and hasn't aged well. So many mixed feelings about it. And I'm tired now. It's like 1 a.m. It's pretty much time to just put it away before I say stupid shit on my live stream. But stupid shit is what I say all the time. Oh, I'm so fucking fed up with this game, this 2K game. Yeah, I mean, obviously it's time to close it out, but is there anything left to say? I think we're going to mess with 04. We're going to mess with 07, whatever. Go back to the 360. In the end, I've had a great time with all of you. I thank you for your patience. I think we've got an excellent audience and an excellent team. Just tired and worn out. Decision paralysis, whatever you want to call it. Good night, Retro. Thank you for calling it a great stream. I don't think it is. I don't think I'm bringing very much, but I love you guys platonically. I'm just getting frustrated and tired, I think. Rest will help. Take care. Much love.